Chapter 9-10. As the Two Peak Foundation establishment cultivators fought, the airflow fluctuated and affected the surrounding people. When Ouyang Xiao and Xiao Yihan saw that Niet Tung was not at a disadvantage, they walked away and found a place to sit cross-legged and cultivate. The two people on the other side fought for a few rounds, and, seeing that it was difficult to determine the winner, after a few rounds, the two people stopped. Even if we continue to fight, we will not be able to determine the winner. You and I will fight in the individual competition. The student from the Two-Star Academy said in a cold voice, coldly glancing at Niet Tung, and then found a place to sit down. Seeing this, Niet Tung also turned around and found a place to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Indeed, if he really spent all his time here fighting, then it would really be a waste of this opportunity. But he glanced around and saw that there were about 20 cultivators cultivating and absorbing the spiritual power aura around them. There were 2 or 3 students from each of the academies, but the majority of them were from the Two-Star Academy, with 5 of them in this area. But he could not find Feng Jiu's figure in this area. Could it be that he could not find this place? Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, he closed his eyes and started to absorb the spiritual qi in his body, temporarily not thinking about this problem. Time passed day by day. The people in this area crazily cultivated day and night. But when the people in the outer circle cultivated for a few days, they found that the spiritual qi in the air seemed to be gradually thinning out, and the progress of their cultivation methods also slowed down. Their bodies wanted to absorb the spiritual qi, but it was as if they were competing with other people. Unexpectedly, it was very difficult. Strange? What's going on? Why is the spiritual qi scarce? I also feel that the spiritual qi is scarce. It seems that the spiritual qi in the air is rushing towards the spiritual qi gathering array behind us. But this is not right. The spirit gathering array was set up by the Academy's deans, and there were more than 1 or 2 arrays. Even if the teachers wanted to enter, it would be difficult. What's more, the spiritual energy gathered by the spirit gathering array was released from the inside. How could the surrounding spiritual energy be sucked into the center? Everyone outside was discussing. Even Niet Tung, Ouyang Xiao, and Xiao Yihan were slightly surprised as they watched the spirit energy in the air rush towards the center. However, this phenomenon only lasted for an hour. After an hour, the spirit energy stopped rushing towards the center. However, the spiritual aura in the air was still thin. Could it be that our cultivation speed is too fast and we've absorbed too much spiritual energy, so the spiritual energy in this area can't supply us? Someone asked. If that's the case, then we'll have to wait until tomorrow. I've heard from my mentor that the spiritual qi here will grow on its own. The spirit gathering array and the spirit stones are compatible with each other. Even if the spiritual qi in this area can't be supplied, it will recover after a period of rest. Thus, everyone took advantage of this time to get up and stretch their limbs. Some took out dry rations to replenish their strength, while others were thinking about snatching the spirit stones of others. Chapter 9-11. It is said that this spirit egg fruit blooms every 10 years and bears fruit every 10 years. A single spirit egg fruit can allow one's cultivation to advance by 1 level. The spirit egg fruit contains spiritual energy and nutrients that can be nourished in the body for half a month. If a mortal eats one, it can cure all diseases and increase their lifespan by 10 years. TSK, it is really a good thing. While she was eating, she was muttering while staring at the spirit egg fruit in her hand. When she went to participate in the pill appraisal convention, she was aiming for this spirit egg fruit because she intended to plant some spirit fruits in her space, but she did not want to plant too many of the common varieties. But this spirit egg fruit, even she did not know where to get it. Now that she had 3 of them, she planned to plant them in the space after eating them, and she would try to see if she could use the potion to speed up their growth. She was planning in her mind, if possible, she intended to plant one in the Phoenix Imperial Palace in the future, so that her father and the others could also eat this fruit. After eating the spirit egg fruit, she flashed into her space, buried the core in an open space in the space, and watered it with some spiritual water. Inside the space, Old White saw her come in and excitedly went forward. "Master, master, master, did you come and see me?" It ran over from afar. This place was like a world of its own. The vast space allowed Lao Bai to run freely in this place. She patted his head and said with a smile, "I was cultivating in the sacred land of the Two-Star Academy, so I came in to plant the core. All right, when you are here, remember to help me water the flowers and spirit fruits." "Master, those spirit fruits that you planted, I don't see any spirit fruits, only trees and leaves, and they're not even half my height." Old White curled his lips and said, his master said that those were spirit fruits, but in his eyes, they were no different from grass, and he did not see any fruits. "That is because I planted them not long ago. Okay, I will go out first," she said, and then flashed out of the space and returned to the middle of the spirit-gathering array. After stretching her hands and feet, she felt that after eating the spirit egg fruit, her stomach was full, and the spiritual power in her body was also warm and surging, which was very comfortable. There are still 7 or 8 days left. During this period of time, I must break through the peak of the foundation establishment stage and enter the golden core stage, she said as she hurriedly sat down cross-legged to cultivate. As for the people in the outer circle, they rested for a while. Seeing that their spirit force had recovered, they prepared to sit down and cultivate again. Who knew that after sitting down to cultivate for a while, it was as if a powerful force was snatching their spirit force. The spirit force that was about to enter their bodies suddenly turned around and went to the center of the spirit-gathering formation, causing them to be dumbfounded. What's going on? Luckily, I haven't activated my cultivation technique yet. If my spirit chi was forcefully snatched away while I was cultivating, even if I didn't die, I would still be seriously injured from the backlash of my chi and blood. A student patted his chest in fear, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. What's in that spirit-gathering array? There's definitely something wrong with this situation. A spirit-gathering array should be able to gather spirit chi and spread it to the surroundings. It shouldn't be able to snatch the surrounding spirit chi and aura like this. This is definitely man-made. Chapter 9:12. Hearing this, Niet Tung and the others' expressions became strange because the three of them thought of Fengjiu at the same time. If there was someone who could enter the spirit-gathering formation, it would be Fengjiu. Moreover, they already felt that it was strange. How could the three of them, and even the students from the other academies, find this place? But Fengjiu was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that she had entered the center of the spirit-gathering formation. If that was the case, then they could find a suitable reason for the strange decrease in spirit energy. At this time, Fengjiu did not pay attention to the people outside the spirit-gathering formation. She was diligently cultivating, and the traces of spirit energy happily entered her body as if they had found their mother and merged with the spirit energy in her body. Damn it, if we don't break this formation, we won't be able to cultivate, one person said as he looked at the formation and planned to go in and try again. They also studied formations, but they only knew some of the more common and simple ones. They had never learned this kind of formation that protected the spirit-gathering formation and prevented people from entering. Thus, even if they wanted to try to break it, the success rate was very low. Thinking about this, some students wanted to go in and try to crack it, while others clenched their teeth and decided to move further away from this place. That way, even if the spirit force aura here was decreasing, it wouldn't affect them further away. However, the spirit force aura further away would be thinner, but it was still better than being caught off guard and having their cultivation interrupted. Some students who did not believe in heresy insisted on going in, but after a few people tried, some were trapped inside and could not walk out. They had no choice but to call for help, but unfortunately, no one paid them any attention. Some walked out dejectedly after trying a few times and cursed in a flustered and exasperated manner. In the end, they flung their sleeves and left. Seeing this scene, Nietang's eyes moved slightly and his gaze fell on the depths of the spirit-gathering formation, the place isolated by the fog. Was she cultivating in there? She was the only one who could leave so many people at a loss. His heart sunk, An indescribable feeling welled up within him. He could only quietly turn around and walk to a place a little further away to cultivate. Ouyang Xiao pursed his lips and stared at the mist. He asked Xiao Yihan beside him, "Is Fengjiu inside?" He, didn't I hear that you lost to her and acknowledged her as your master? How can you call master by his name?" Xiao Yihan looked at him mockingly. When he saw Xiao Yihan's face darken and he flung his sleeves to leave, he couldn't help but rub his chin. His gaze fell on the fog, and he shook his head. This scourge. Sighing softly, he could only turn around and walk further away. If he was too close, he would really be harmed by her. However, he could not walk too far away. At least when she came out, he would still be able to see her. Time passed, and the days inside seemed to pass peacefully. Because it was getting closer and closer to the time to leave, the competition between the students became more intense. Chapter 9:13. What's going on? What's going on? Why is the spiritual power flowing back? The people in the forest were extremely surprised. The people who were originally cultivating stood up and followed the spiritual power flowing back. They wanted to know what was going on. Even the students who were fighting for the spirit stones could not help but stop and follow them. They wanted to know what was going on. Why did the vitality of the trees here seem to be decreasing? Everyone was shocked. They could not help but shout and speed up their search. This was the secret territory of the Two-Star Academy. It was the holy land of cultivation for the Two-Star Academy. A huge amount of spiritual power was used to arrange a huge spirit gathering array. This place had existed for hundreds of years, but such a thing had never happened before. Unlike the people who came from other places in the secret territory, they had not gone far. They were cultivating not far from the spirit gathering array. When they saw this scene, they were very calm, because after they found that there were people inside, this kind of phenomenon appeared once every 2 or 3 days. It was as if the spiritual power was sucked dry by a vampire in an instant. There was not even a little bit of spiritual power in the surrounding area. They had already moved out and moved out even more. They had already moved out from 100 meters to a few hundred meters away. From the initial shock, anger, and disbelief to now, they were able to calmly look at all of this. Wasn't there an evildoer who was cultivating inside? They did not know which academy's evildoer was, but he actually passed through the layers of spirit arrays to reach the most central point. Humph! They were waiting here, waiting for that scourge to come out and ruthlessly beat him up. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quell their anger of having their spiritual chi snatched away. Strange, why is today different from the usual? Some people said, looking at the surrounding spiritual power flowing towards the center of the spirit gathering array. Even the vitality of the surrounding trees was being snatched away. They could not help but feel surprised. When Niet Tung, Ouyang Xiao, and Xiao Yihan saw this scene, they also stood up. Looking at the center of the spirit gathering array, they were shocked. Niet Tung and Xiao Yihan knew that Fengjiu was abnormal. Although they were shocked by this big movement, they also knew that every time Fengjiu advanced, it would be abnormal. However, she had only reached the peak of foundation establishment last year. Could it be that in less than a year's time, she was going to advance again? If she really was going to advance, then this time, she would have entered the golden core stage. As for Ouyang Xiao, when Fengjiu was killed last time, he did not know anything. Therefore, when he saw this movement, he was shocked. He thought that Fengjiu was cultivating some evil technique. Otherwise, not only would she be able to absorb the surrounding spiritual power, but why would she not even let go of the vitality of the trees in here? Hey, I knew she was a scourge. The spiritual power is disappearing so quickly, and even the vitality of the trees is being sucked away. This mystic realm won't be destroyed, right? If it's destroyed, then it will be troublesome. Xiao Yihan stomped his feet and paced back and forth. He was a little anxious and uneasy, but more than that, he was full of admiration and admiration. Chapter 9:14. That Fengjiu, what kind of demonic technique is she practicing? Ouyang Xiao hesitated and asked the question in his heart. Demonic technique? Xiao Yihan was stunned, then laughed out loud. She's about to advance. Just look at the commotion. She's about to advance. Just watch. She'll definitely break through before tomorrow. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiu frowned. I heard she only reached Foundation Establishment last year. Yes, Peak Foundation Establishment. He nodded with a smile. From the looks of it, do you think she'll break through to the Golden Core stage here? Impossible. He rejected the idea without even thinking about it. Hearing this, Xiao Yihan was dissatisfied. Why is it impossible? I think it's very possible. Entering the Golden Core stage is not the same as entering the Foundation Establishment stage. Who would dare to casually break through to the Golden Core stage if they don't have complete confidence? If something goes wrong, they might fail to form their Golden Core. If it's light, their cultivation will be severely damaged. If it's heavy, they might die. Ouyang Xiu said coldly. It hasn't even been a year since he entered the Foundation Establishment stage. How can he break through to the Golden Core stage? Furthermore, Foundation Establishment requires Foundation Establishment pills. Breaking through to the Golden Core stage requires even more pills or medicines. Whether it's strength or medicines, he can't lack either. Xiao Yihan rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. Because of this, he saw the color of the sky suddenly change. Even though it was evening, the speed at which the sky darkened was too fast. Also, the spiritual aura that was rushing into the spirit gathering formation seemed to be directly sucked in. Even the originally withered leaves on the trees and weeds quickly withered at this moment, and the tree's vitality was completely gone. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the huge change in the surroundings, he broke out in a cold sweat. This is troublesome, troublesome. She can't be thinking of sucking in all the spiritual aura here, right? Nietung frowned slightly. Looking at the changes in the sky and the rotation of the surrounding spiritual aura, his eyes flashed and he walked forward. Fengjiu, who was in the spirit gathering array, was flushed red. The surrounding spirit qi rushed into her body, accompanied by traces of green vitality. Part of the spirit qi was absorbed by the green lotus, while the rest of the green vitality was absorbed by the green lotus. The green lotus, which was originally sitting quietly in her dantian, began to rotate, greedily absorbing the spirit qi that was rushing into her body. Her veins were bulging, and spiritual power was gathering in her dantian. She could feel that the opportunity to advance in her body was about to break through. She opened her eyes, picked up the medicine and pills in front of her, and swallowed them together. She stopped running the technique and guided her spiritual power to break through the last threshold to the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Boom! In the sky, the surging clouds rolled like mushroom clouds above the spirit gathering array. Muffled sounds of thunder spread throughout this small world, shocking the students of the other academies to the point that they were dumbfounded. Heavenly, heavenly lightning. Oh my God, why is there heavenly lightning in here? Damn it, could it be that someone was advancing in here? And it even caused such a huge commotion? Do you want to destroy the secret territory of our 2-star academy? Chapter 9:15. Following the flow of air, they looked at the rolling clouds in the sky. Even though they could not fly on their swords, they quickly arrived outside the circle of the spirit gathering array. There, almost all the students from various academies had already gathered. Each and every one of them was dumbstruck as they looked at the rolling clouds in the sky and listened to the muffled sound of thunder. Fuck, which bastard is this? God damn it, how did he get inside? Damn it, the surrounding trees have all withered. Boom! Just as everyone was cursing, the sky rumbled as a bolt of lightning struck down. The power of the lightning was so great that it made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Fuck! This is not Foundation Establishment. This is a Golden Core. Someone is forming their core inside. When these words came out, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Core formation. Among these students, there was actually a core formation cultivator. Almost immediately, everyone's gaze turned towards the students from the 2-star academy. Their gaze seemed to ask, is it someone from your 2-star academy who is advancing? Is it someone from your 2-star academy who is forming their core inside? What are you looking at? Can't you see that the 10 of us are here? A student unhappily roared. He angrily glared at the other students and said while clenching his teeth. "Let me know who it is. This young master will wear his skin." "Chi, you're just a foundation establishment cultivator. Do you think you can beat someone who is advancing to Golden Core?" Xiao Yihan crossed his arms and sneered. That two-star academy sneered. "Core formation? Ha 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 ha. Do you think that core formation is so easy? I think that this person will not be able to form his Golden Core. Maybe he will not be able to withstand the tempering of the heavenly thunder and fall." "You have fallen, but she has not fallen," Xiao Yihan said, ignoring him. Instead, he paid attention to the movement of the clouds in the sky. Because of the fog, they couldn't see what was going on in the center of the formation. They could only faintly see the air currents flowing out from the inside. At the same time, two cries for help came from the formation. "Help! Save me! Save us!" As it turned out, the two students who were trapped inside had yet to come out. Originally, they thought that even if they were trapped inside, they would naturally be transported out when the time was up. Thus, there was no need to be anxious. However, when the first bolt of heavenly lightning struck down from the sky, the pressure and airflow that surged out from the heavenly lightning were all Jindan auras. It was not something that they could withstand. Therefore, the two of them started to panic and started to call for help. However, no one went in to save them because they were not confident that they could enter the formation and walk out. Moreover, the two of them were not anyone to them, so why would they take such a risk? "Help! Help! Ah!" The cry for help was accompanied by a cry of agony. It was as if the person had been injured by the airflow or attacked by the pressure. In any case, the students outside couldn't see, so they couldn't help. Boom! The second bolt of heavenly lightning struck and the ground shook. As the heavenly lightning struck, the flow of spiritual energy and life force continued to flow towards the center. The two people trapped in the formation screamed again and again. Chapter 9:16. The power of the second bolt of lightning was even greater than the first. Almost at the same time that the airflow and pressure of the second bolt of lightning spread out, the two miserable students trapped in the formation had already fainted from their injuries. At this moment, everyone outside held their breaths and stared at the rolling clouds in the sky, guessing if the third bolt of lightning would strike. If the third bolt of lightning struck, then, thinking of this, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Could there really be a Golden Core cultivator among them? The most despicable thing was that they still didn't know which academy this student was from. They didn't know who the person inside was. However, this time, the third bolt of lightning didn't strike after a while. The people outside had been waiting and watching with bated breaths. As the sky gradually darkened and night fell, no one left. No one forgot to fight for other people's spirit stones. They all stared at the sky, wanting to know if the bastard inside could successfully form his core. This wait lasted from night until dawn. Not only did the people outside feel uncomfortable, even Fengjiu, who was inside the spirit gathering formation, felt uncomfortable. Her meridians felt as if they were about to break due to the frantically surging spirit force. She could even hear cracking sounds coming from her meridians and bones. This feeling made her feel as if she was close to death. It was as if she couldn't cross this hurdle, she would die. But this time, no medicine or pills could help her. The only thing that could help her was to get through this hurdle. Only by getting through this hurdle could she step into another realm. She gritted her teeth and channeled all of her power into her body. The aura of her spiritual power instantly rose to a height of more than 10 meters. At that moment, the aura of her spiritual power turned into flames. The raging flames surrounded her body and burned her clothes to ashes in an instant. Naked, she sat cross-legged in the middle of the spirit-gathering array. Her eyes were tightly shut, and a green lotus was faintly visible between her eyebrows. Bits of green light mixed with bits of golden light danced, and the green lotus seemed to be about to bloom, faintly discernible. Her ink-black hair fluttered in the flames in the airflow. The raging flames seemed to be tempering her body, making whistling sounds. It was also at this moment that a rumbling sound came from the sky. A bolt of heavenly lightning that was several times more powerful than the previous two bolts of heavenly lightning struck down from the sky. Boom! In an instant, it was as if an earthquake had struck the entire sacred ground. The students standing outside the spirit gathering array only felt the ground shake violently, and they couldn't even stand still. The sudden upheaval made them dizzy, and they fell to the ground one after another, unable to stand up. Look! Someone sucked in a breath of cold air, only to feel that the entire air was distorting. Looking around, the trees and weeds were withering one after another, and even in the distance, they were withering at a visible speed. The entire green holy land of the mystic realm seemed to have been drained of vitality in an instant, turning into a withered forest. Chapter 9:17. What is going on here? The dean of the Two-Star Academy was startled for a moment and ordered, "Investigate. See what is going on here." "I'll immediately investigate," a mentor of the Two-Star Academy replied. But unexpectedly, before he could go outside, he saw two old men flying in the air. Their speed was very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the dean. When the dean of the Two-Star Academy saw the two of them, he could not help but be surprised. "Why are the two elders here? Something happened in the sacred land of the secret realm, and you are still here asking why are you here?" The two elders said with a sullen face. Glancing at the teachers of the various academies, they flicked their sleeves and turned towards the direction of the transmission array. Hearing the words of the two people, not only the people of the Two-Star Academy were surprised, even the people of the other academies were also surprised and quickly followed them towards the direction of the transmission array. The secret realm was the sacred land of cultivation. How could something happen? If something happened, then what was the matter? Even the two elders of the Two-Star Academy were alarmed. At the same time, in the secret realm, the people outside the spirit gathering array were all stunned. One by one, they looked foolishly at the lifeless trees around them. Their mouths were wide open, but they did not know what to say. After the three bolts of heavenly lightning, the clouds in the sky finally dispersed, and the blue sky and white clouds were restored. If it wasn't for the forest below that looked like a ghost forest, the air without any aura of spiritual energy, and the lifeless trees, they really would have thought that the previous scene was just an illusion. However, in the middle of the spirit gathering array, Feng Jiu lightly exhaled, and the spiritual power in his body returned to his dantian. And at this time, his dantian had successfully formed a core. What made her pleasantly surprised was that the blue lotus finally slightly bloomed, and a petal bloomed, although it was only a petal, but it made her very happy. Seeing that her clothes were burned by the flames, immediately, she quickly took out another set of clothes from her space and put it on. After putting on the clothes, she lightly exhaled and felt that her whole body was different. She had just entered the golden core stage, although she had not reached the peak of the golden core stage. But her strength had advanced from the early golden core stage to the intermediate golden core stage, which was beyond her expectations. Also, with so much spiritual power nourishing and assisting her, and with the help of medicines and pills, if she could not advance, then it would be too wrong. I entered the Jindan stage in less than a year. I think the Yuanying stage won't be too far away from me. She was in a good mood as she spoke. She stretched her back and rubbed her shoulders. She thought about how half a month had passed, and she had only managed to snatch 10 spirit stones. That was too little, so she decided to go out and take a look. Thus, she walked out briskly. However, when she took her first step, she noticed that the spirit stone under her feet was dusty. It was as if the spirit stone's aura had been squeezed dry. Although it wasn't completely exhausted, it looked like it was almost done. The surrounding spiritual energy seems to have decreased quite a bit. She muttered softly and looked around. Because of the fog, she couldn't see the outside, but she could feel that the spiritual energy in the air wasn't reduced by a lot like she said. Instead, it was almost completely absorbed by her. Chapter 9:18. While she was thinking, she walked outside, passing through one array formation after another. When she arrived at the outermost array formation, she saw a figure covered in blood lying on the ground, unconscious. She could not help but be surprised and stepped forward to call out, "Hello." Seeing that there was no movement, she squatted down to check his pulse. Seeing that he had fainted, she intended to step over him and leave. However, when she caught a glimpse of the spirit stone bag on the student's waist, she could not help but laugh. "Okay, I'll be a good person." With a flick of her hand, she took the bag of spirit stones and stored it in her space. Then, she lifted the unconscious student up, intending to carry him out. Unexpectedly, after walking for a while, she met another student who was also unconscious and had wounds all over his body. "Huh, there's another one?" She raised her eyebrows, and, after calling out to him, she saw that he did not wake up. So, she directly took his spirit stone bag, and with one hand dragging the other person, she directly went out. Sha 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 sha. This was the sound that the students outside the spirit gathering array heard. It seemed that something was rubbing against the ground, making a rustling sound. Listening to the rustling sound, they could not help but feel fear in their hearts. Was that person coming out? Was the person inside really one of their students? But how come it did not hear any footsteps? Instead, it was that rustling sound until they saw Feng Nine, who was dressed in white, walking out with two people in her hands. They were all dumbfounded. "Huh, they're all here?" Outside the array formation, she saw the students standing not far away. She was somewhat surprised, but smiled and greeted them. Especially when she saw Ouyang Xiao and Xiao Yihan standing not far away. She raised a big smile on her face. "You two are also here?" As she spoke, she loosened her grip on the two people she was dragging, causing them to fall to the ground with a loud thud. Seeing the two unconscious students covered in wounds caused by sharp blades, the crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Pairs of eyes stared intently at the youth who was walking towards them with a smile on his face. 6-Star Academy? He was actually a student of a 6-Star Academy? This person was actually at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and now he was directly promoted to a golden core stage cultivator? This simply made them speechless. Before the other party came out, they thought that when he came out, they would definitely give him a good beating. But when he came out, each and every one of them was dumbfounded. His cultivation was at the golden core stage, and he was completely unscathed. He was even dragging two unconscious students in his hands, and he walked out of the spirit gathering array so calmly and casually. He even smiled and greeted them. What a fucking greeting. Right now, they were only thinking that if they could beat him, they would definitely beat him up. Ouyang Xiao stared at Feng Jiu as if he was looking at a ghost. When he saw Feng Jiu walking over, he couldn't help but stare at him. He looked at him from top to bottom twice and found that he was really different. Even his aura was different. Did he really enter the Golden Core realm and become a Golden Core cultivator? He still wanted to surpass him. Now that he saw him enter the hidden territory and advance from the foundation building stage to the core formation stage, other than feeling that it was unbelievable, the sullen feeling in his heart made him speechless. Nieting looked at her smiling face, and his heart couldn't help but relax. He didn't expect her to really become a Jidan cultivator. In this way, her strength was above his. Chapter 919. While speaking, he gestured to her to look at the withered trees around them, with a look of interest on his face. "How did you advance in the end? You actually absorbed all the spiritual chi here, and even the vitality of this place was cut off by you. Tsk. This movement is really not ordinary." Feng Jiu at this time also noticed the trees around them. When she saw those withered trees, she could not help but be dumbfounded. How? How could this be? I just cultivated. How could these trees become like this? She was somewhat speechless. Her heart was getting more and more empty. This area was originally green, but now, not even a single green leaf could be seen, and the trees were all withered. The spiritual chi in the air was scarce. She did not say anything about it. But how could the vitality of these trees be reduced? How is it? Didn't I say that you are in trouble? This is the secret territory of a 2-Star Academy, a holy land for cultivation, to cause such a disturbance. I'm afraid. Alas. He shook his head and sighed. He felt that this matter would not be so easy to solve. After all, this was the place of a 2-Star Academy, If they were students of a 2-star academy, then it would be fine, but unfortunately they were students of a 6-star academy. Anyone who saw their own place destroyed like this would definitely jump up in anger. She was terrified in her heart, but before she could finish her words, she saw more than a dozen figures appear in front of everyone. Seeing more than a dozen figures, Fengjiu's scalp went numb. What the hell is going on here? The dean of the 2-star academy looked at the withered trees around them, as well as the withered spiritual qi. He could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. He could not believe what he was seeing. In addition to the dean and vice dean of the 2-star academy, there were also their 2 elders, as well as the vice dean of each academy. Now, when everyone saw the situation inside, they were all stunned. They could not believe it. The spiritual qi in here, this. Looking at the scene inside, everyone was speechless. Even if they were from other academies, they knew the importance of this sacred cultivation ground. But now, the students of these academies had only been here for half a month, and there was not even the slightest bit of spiritual energy in this place. Moreover, even the vitality of the trees here was gone. Such a scene was simply like a natural disaster, and the destruction was inconceivable. Only the vice headmaster of the 6-star academy, Old Man Guan, after he came in and saw the scene, he immediately looked at the surrounding students of the 6-star academy. His eyes swept past several students, and when his eyes fell on Fengjiu, who had a guilty conscience, he could not help but take a deep breath as a bad premonition arose in his heart. If there was anyone here who had the ability to cause destruction, it would definitely be Fengjiu, especially when she looked a little apologetic and a little guilty at this time. When he saw this expression in front of him, he just wanted to shout to the heavens. Was it really her doing? What the hell was she doing in here? He actually squeezed the rich spiritual energy out of this place. Even the life force in this area was destroyed. If this was really her doing, then how could he explain it to the deans of the 2-star academy? Who is it? Who did it? Who the hell did it? Chapter 9:20. It's him. It's him who did it. Yes, it's him. It's him who did it. It's this 6-star academy. It's this kid called Fengjiu who did it. A voice filled with accusations and anger came out, one by one. The angry eyes of the students stared at Fengjiu, and a pair of hands pointed at her. In their view, this Fengjiu had already become a Jindan stage cultivator, and they were not his opponent, so let the dean and the others deal with him. He had cut off the vitality of the trees here, and had almost squeezed out all the spiritual qi in here, and had also robbed them of their spiritual qi, making them unable to cultivate in this period of time. If they let him go, then it would be too difficult to dispel the anger in their hearts. Listening to the accusations of the crowd, Fengjiu's scalp went numb, especially the elders and the dean of the 2-star academy. Even the dean of the 2-star academy looked at her with astonishment and shock, which made her feel even more guilty. No matter what, the people in this mystic realm really did become like this because of her. This point could not be denied, even if it was not intentional. In fact, she did not think that it would turn out like this. She also did not think that when she sucked in the spiritual qi, she would actually squeeze out all the spiritual qi in here. Even the vitality of the trees was not spared. However, she herself did not understand how the vitality of the trees had been squeezed out. This point was really muddle-headed. Jindan stage cultivator? When the eyes of the 2-star academy's dean and the 2 elders fell on Fengjiu's body, they could immediately see through her strength and could not help but be secretly shocked. How could there be a Jindan stage cultivator among the students? Moreover, this student was so young, it seemed that she was only 17 or 18 years old. When the dean of the 6-star academy heard this, he was also startled and quickly looked at Fengjiu. This time, he discovered that she had actually advanced to become a Jindan stage cultivator and could not help but be dumbfounded. Others did not know, but he knew that she had advanced to become a foundation establishment stage cultivator last year. So it should have been less than a year, right? She actually advanced to become a Jindan stage cultivator in just a short 15 days? It was no wonder that she was able to squeeze out all the spiritual energy in this place. However, there was a limit to how much spiritual energy a person could absorb. How did she manage to squeeze out all the spiritual energy in this place? Even the vitality of these trees was not spared. Well, I didn't do it on purpose. I was cultivating in here and unknowingly advanced. Then, when I came out to take a look, I became like this. I really didn't expect it to be like this. She hurriedly said, looking embarrassed and apologetic. He advanced as he cultivated? The angry face of the Two-Star Academy's dean became strange because of Fengjiu's words. You said that you were cultivating here, and then in just a short 15 days you advanced from the foundation establishment stage to the Jindan stage. Under their angry gazes, she replied embarrassedly, Yes, yes. Dean, you have to believe me. I really didn't expect it to be like this. Really, I didn't purposely squeeze out all the spirit chi here. I heard that the spirit chi here will continue to condense, so I didn't have any scruples. Chapter 9:21. It would continue to condense without any scruples. Listening to these words, the people from the Two-Star Academy were in a mess. Was it because the spiritual gathering array would continue to condense spiritual power that he did not have any scruples? Did he not know that even if the spiritual gathering array could condense spiritual power, without the assistance of spirit stones, the amount of spiritual chi that could be condensed would be limited? When a vice dean of the Six-Star Academy heard Fengjiu's words, the corners of his mouth twitched. He was somewhat speechless and also somewhat helpless, but he could not show it because the person who had caused the mysterious realm of the Two-Star Academy to be depleted was one of their own academy's people. So he could not just scold them, but also protect them. This Dean Fengjiu, this child's temperament has always been straightforward and does not think before doing things. I think that he did not deliberately consume the spiritual power in this place. Moreover, this is not because he was messing around, but because he had advanced in his cultivation. Such a thing, really, good. He was somewhat unable to make up any more lies. Where was the consumption of spiritual chi in this place? This was simply overdraft. Overdrafting the spiritual chi in this mysterious realm was not enough. Even the vitality of the trees was overdraft, making this mysterious realm look like a ghost. If they were not standing here, then they really would not have even the slightest bit of vitality. Oh, old Guan, this is not the case. Although it was a student who came in to cultivate and did not say anything, but this kind of depletion of the spiritual chi in the mysterious realm of the Two-Star Academy, how can it be justified, isn't it? The vice dean of the Three-Star Academy said in a strange tone. That's right. Now that the situation has become like this, we can't just ignore the responsibility. The other vice dean also said the meaning was very obvious. That is, he wanted Fengjiu to be punished. The people from the Two-Star Academy listened to their words, but their brows were wrinkled and their faces were filled with anger, but they did not speak. Fengjiu's eyes flashed and looked at the dean and the two elders with an embarrassed smile. Because these three people had been staring at her from a moment ago, looking at her scalp numb, it was as if they were evaluating something. It was really not a good feeling. After a long time, the two elders of the Two-Star Academy said to the dean, Let's go out first. Yes. The dean of the Two-Star Academy nodded his head and looked at Fengjiu with a profound look in his eyes. Then he led the other vice headmasters out of the transmission array. After they left, the surroundings returned to silence. Pairs of eyes stared at Fengjiu, who was standing there rubbing his nose, and glared at him hatefully. Not long after they left, a whirlpool appeared in front of Fengjiu and the others. The whirlpool seemed to have a powerful suction force that sucked everyone in. At the same time, Yi Jing and the others who were cultivating in a place further away from the secret realm were also taken away. When everyone appeared outside the transmission array, the teachers of the various academies glanced at Fengjiu and asked the students to register the number of spirit stones, and then brought their respective students back. As for the vice headmaster of the Six-Star Academy, Old Man Guan, he sighed and said to Fengjiu, You come with me to the main peak. As his voice fell, he turned around and walked away. Chapter 9:22. Seeing Fengjiu leave with the vice academy head, Yi Jing was startled. She walked over to Xiao Yihan and asked, What happened to her? Xiao Yihan glanced at her and asked with a smile, Didn't you feel it when you were inside? Did the aura of spiritual energy decrease? Yi Jing paused for a moment before replying. I was cultivating in a cave inside and didn't come out. So it was like that. No wonder you didn't know. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. He gestured for her to follow him as he explained what had happened inside. On the other side, Feng Jiu followed the vice-chancellor to the front hall of the main mountain. She looked at the dean, who was sitting at the head of the table, and the two elders below him. Under the vice-chancellor's signal, she stepped forward and bowed. Feng Jiu greets the dean and the two elders. Feng Jiu, do you admit to your crimes? The dean asked in a calm voice, his sharp gaze fixed on the people standing in the hall. Hearing this, Feng Jiu blinked. I didn't commit any crimes. You can't be condemning me just because I exhausted too much of the spiritual energy in the secret realm, right? When we entered the secret realm, you all said that I had to cultivate diligently inside. Is it a crime for me to cultivate diligently and break through? Her voice was filled with dissatisfaction as she angrily said, I admit that I'm very sorry for exhausting the spiritual energy inside, but if you want to convict me just like that, I won't accept it. Pah! An elder angrily slammed the table. You still think you're in the right? Do you know that because you've exhausted the spiritual energy inside, you won't be able to cultivate for the next few years? Just recovering the vitality inside will take a year or two. There's also the spirit stones that have been consumed. Do you know how much damage this has caused to our academy? You can't blame me for this. I didn't think it would turn out like this. She calmed her tone and felt that no matter how she said it, she couldn't get away from the fact that the other party had caused them to suffer losses. Dean, elders, please calm down. The Vice Academy head hurriedly stepped forward with a smile. Getting angry won't solve the problem. It's better to calm down and think about how to solve the problem in front of us. How to solve it? How do you want to solve it? The spirit stones inside have been used up. I'm afraid that the spirit gathering array won't be able to operate for a few years. You said that this sacred cultivation ground has become like this because of him. If you don't say this, I will look for you. Your 6-star academy has to take this responsibility. Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at him strangely and said, Are you an elder of a 2-star academy? Why are you acting so shamelessly? Shut up. Don't make trouble. Elders, the academy head, elder, and the academy elders, and the academy elders. And 2 is 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. There are a, there we, ands, and the, looking there. There's. Elder. T-test, what did that mean? Ahem. The dean coughed twice to clear his throat. He looked at Feng Jiu and then said to the Vice Academy head, Vice Academy head Guan, he is now a Jindan stage cultivator. Jindan stage cultivators cannot participate in the Academy tournament. You should know about this, right? Chapter 923. Can't participate. Feng Jiu froze for a moment and asked, Do you mean that I can't participate in the Academy's competition? That's right. A Golden Core cultivator already has the strength of an instructor. Naturally, you can't compete with Foundation Establishment and Great Spirit Master level students. That's because there's no way to compare. As the dean spoke, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Jiu. Moreover, after I discussed with the two of you, we have come to a decision. That is, you have to stay in our 2-star academy as a mentor for a year, to teach the students of our 2-star academy, to compensate for the overdraft of your spiritual power. What? She was dumbfounded. You want me to be a mentor? You want me to stay here for 3 years? What? You don't want to? The two elders' faces sank. You have absorbed so much spiritual power resources. Letting you be a mentor for 3 years is already the most generous decision. When Old Man Guan heard the dean say that Feng Jiu's strength had the strength of a mentor, he knew that it was not good. Sure enough, when he thought about it, he immediately said it out loud. So he smiled and said, Dean, isn't this decision too hasty? The mentors of the 2-star academy have to be carefully selected. He is just a little baby. How can he be a mentor? If we say he can, then he can a 17 or 18-year-old Golden Core stage cultivator. Even a 1-star academy does not have such a person. This decision to let him be a mentor is not a hasty one. What's more, does Vice Headmaster Wan really think that he can just pat his ass and walk away from our academy? One of the elders snorted. It was obvious that he was not happy. But it's decided. This matter is settled. I will personally send a letter to your dean and explain to him that this Fengjiu will have to stay with us for 3 years. The dean said it was clear that he wanted to keep this person here. Fengjiu on the side saw that they were talking about it and did not even ask for her opinion before directly deciding. She could not help but twitch her mouth. I haven't agreed yet. What's good about it? What do you not agree with? The 3 voices asked at the same time. The dean and the 2 elders all looked at her. Fengjiu looked at them strangely. It's my business. Why can't I agree? When the 3 of them heard this, they were instantly speechless. That's right. No matter what, the person involved had to agree first. Otherwise, how could he keep him here? Therefore, the 3 of them stared at him with their 6 eyes. Seeing that, Fengjiu realized that they didn't want to punish her, but wanted to keep her. For her, there was no difference between a 6-star academy and a 2-star academy. The only difference was the status of a mentor. She had become the mentor of a group of 2-star academy students. Good. Just thinking about it made him excited. Cough. She cleared her throat and said, I can stay as a teacher, but 3 years is too long. 1 year, I only agree to stay for 1 year. She stretched out a finger and waved it. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she spoke. 1 year. 1 year is too short. At least 2 years. The 2 elders said, No, 1 year. Only agree to 1 year. Chapter 924. Good. Let's go back. We should go back and discuss this matter with the dean. The Vice Academy head said, as he lifted his sleeves to wipe off his cold sweat, if he really brought 10 students here, and when he went back, the most outstanding one of them was left behind by the people of the 2-star academy, then how would he explain it to the dean? Hearing these words, the people from the 2-star academy did not hesitate, and immediately said, Good. 1 year is 1 year. Hearing this, the Vice Academy head instinctively looked at Fengjiu. Would he really stay? He did not want to bring 10 students back. He wanted to bring 9 of them back. Good. Then I will stay for 1 year. She smiled and said to the stunned Vice Academy head, I haven't been a mentor yet. It's all right, you can go back first. I will stay here and play, and enjoy being a mentor. But this... The Vice Academy head wanted to stop her, but he saw one of the elders coming down with a smile on his face and put his arm around the Vice Academy head's shoulder and walked out. Let's go outside and talk about this matter. You said that our Holy Land's spiritual chi has been overdraft. How can this Fengjiu just pat his ass and leave? Certainly not, so... Looking at the elder taking the Vice Academy head out, the 2-star academy's dean and the other elder smiled and looked at Fengjiu with a kind expression. Fengjiu, sit down. Don't just stand there. Tell us, how did you get into the spirit gathering array formation? There are many array formations inside, one after another. Even if the academy's mentors wanted to go in, they would not be able to. How did you do it? Who did you learn array formations from? It should not be someone from a 6-star academy, right? They do not have such an array formation master. Dean, you want to be a mentor. Which students do you want me to teach? There are so many students in the 2-star academy. Do you want me to pick a few to teach? Also, you invited me to come to the 2-star academy to be a mentor. This, if the other mentors knew about this, would they not agree to it? She asked, as she began to think about her future as a mentor. Oh, you can rest assured. Naturally, not all of the students will be taught by you, but we also know about the things that happened after you came to the academy. On the first day, you led a group of people to beat up the students of the 3-star academy. To tell you the truth, our 2-star academy also has some troublesome students. Each and every one of them is not disciplined because they're either the sons of the royal family or the sons of some aristocratic families. They're very difficult to discipline, especially since they do not cultivate. They only play all day long and cause trouble. Many of the teachers do not dare to teach them, but we think that you are about the same age as them. If you teach them, perhaps it will have a very good effect. Director Xiao looked at Fengjiu as if he had entrusted him with a heavy responsibility. He had a look that said, I knew you could do it, which made Fengjiu speechless. It can't be right. Let her teach those troublemakers. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? As for the treatment of the mentors, you do not have to worry. You will be treated according to the mentors and will not be given less than half a point. But after a year, I hope to see some changes in those troublemakers. Can you do it? Chapter 925. It's all right. I believe you can do it. However, before that, there's something I need you to do as a mentor. He looked eagerly at Fengjiu, who was sitting below. There was a faint joy in his eyes that could not be concealed. Fengjiu couldn't help but find it strange, asking, "What is it?" "It's like this, you see, it's already the 5th month, half a year has passed since school started, but there are still some students who haven't returned, so." He looked at him earnestly, his meaning obvious. "So?" Fengjiu was a little confused. She looked at the dean, asking, "If these students don't return to the academy to cultivate, do we have to go and find them? If we really have to go, why haven't the teachers gone after half a year? Why are you only saying this now? Didn't I just say it? Some of the students in this academy have a special status and are doted on by their families. Those students' families didn't listen to them, so they handed this matter to our academy to handle, saying that our academy is a place to teach students, and we pay so much tuition every year, so this matter should be handled by us. Since that's the case, why don't we just expel them? Let them find another academy, or let their families teach them themselves. For these students who don't even want to learn, it's like forcing them to drink water. It's useless." Sigh. The dean sighed, shaking his head without saying anything. It was the elder at the side who explained, "Fengjiu, you don't know about this. Our academy does have the right to choose students and decide whether to let them in to cultivate, but there are exceptions." He stroked his beard and said, "You may not have heard of the 8 great empires, but below, there are some royal families and families whose ancestral bloodlines are in the 8 great empires. And those who are able to establish themselves in the 8 great empires are all extremely powerful. Even we can't be unscrupulous. Moreover, the families of our academy students also have great expectations for them. But because of their unusual background, their behavior, there are some problems, but because they have achieved a certain level of strength, they can enter the 8 great empires through the selection of the sex above. Thus, their families have no choice but to send them to the academy. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are all from second-tier countries. In fact, with their family's power and status, even people from first-tier countries have to give them some face and not dare to offend them directly. In that case, the thorns you spoke of earlier are these." Fengjiu was speechless. This was the first time that she had heard of such a thing. It turned out that the clans and forces of the 8 great empires were also under the protection of the 8 great empires. It was no wonder that even the dean of the 2-star academy could not do anything to those students. The dean nodded. "Yes, that's right, it's them. Actually, there aren't many of them, just 4 of them. It's just that each of them is too difficult to deal with." It was precisely because they were too difficult to deal with, and their ability to cause trouble was not small. Therefore, when they saw this Fengjiu enter the sacred land of the mystic realm for only half a month, they intuitively felt that he was the same as the other 4 people. Cough, cough. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. It was enough for him to keep it to himself. The problem was that as long as he could solve it and suppress those 4 people, it would really be a great help to them. Chapter 9:26. After a long time, she stood up and said, "Okay, I'll take this job. You go back and ask someone to give me the information about the 4 of them. I'll go back and rest." In the half a month in the secret territory, she didn't even take a bath and didn't rest. At this time, she just wanted to go back and take a bath, eat a good meal, and rest. "Okay, you go back first. I'll ask someone to give you the information later. Tomorrow, I'll ask someone to arrange a new residence for you," the dean said with a smile, and sent her out with the elder. Watching his figure disappear outside, the 2 of them sighed. If he takes this job, he should be able to succeed, right? The dean said with some expectation and some apprehension. A 17 or 18-year-old golden core cultivator, his talent is really rare. Moreover, his personality is free and unrestrained, similar to those people. I think he should be able to succeed, the elder said while stroking his beard. If he can succeed, not to mention that Fengjiu exhausted the spiritual power of the Holy Land. Even if it's a few more times, I'll be willing. The dean sighed and said, the 4 people and the families behind them, they only thought that the 4 of them could cultivate and advance early, participate in the nebulous sex selection early, and leave here early to go to the 8 big empires. Then they could breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, those 4 youngsters, they are not the same as the others. The other students are working hard to cultivate, and strive to enter a one-star academy so that their strength can be improved, but they just go wherever they want to play. No one says anything to them. It really is worrying. The elder also sighed. Last year, I don't know where they got a few women and forced them into my courtyard. It really scared this old man for a while, and I couldn't sleep well. Those few people, although they said that they didn't have the ability, but they could do what ordinary people couldn't. It was hard to guard against them. If Fengjiu could really suppress those 4 people, they would probably wake up laughing in their sleep. On the other side, Fengjiu returned to the courtyard to take a bath and rest. She saw that the courtyard was full of people. When they saw her come in, they all looked at her. "Fengjiu, you're back? How was it? Did they make things difficult for you?" Yi Jing asked. After knowing what had happened inside, she could only say that it was inconceivable. She didn't even know that such a thing had happened inside. Fengjiu smiled. "It's nothing. I just wanted to have a chat. Why are you all here? Aren't you tired after being in there for more than 10 days? Aren't you going back to rest?" "Everyone was worried when you didn't come back," Xiao Yihan said with a smile. He went forward and asked, "How was it? That dean and those 2 elders didn't look too good when they left. You really weren't troubled? Look at me. Do I look like something's wrong?" She raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. "It doesn't look like it." He grinned and said, "It's incredible. You become a golden core cultivator in just 1 trip. Your advancement speed is too abnormal." "Fengjiu, have you really become a golden core cultivator? How did you successfully advance in there? It's said that it's not easy to enter the Gene Dance stage. How did you form your gold core in such a short time?" "That's right. Tell us about it." Chapter 9:27. Listening to their envious words and looking at their expectant expressions, Fengjiu raised his chin slightly, his handsome face showing a bit of pride. "Of course it's because I'm a talented cultivator. Otherwise, how could I advance so quickly?" Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They were somewhat speechless, but they had nothing to refute. That's right. If he wasn't a cultivation genius like he said, how could he have advanced again and again in such a short period of time? Among them, even yet Tung, who was extremely talented, was now at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. But if he wanted to enter the golden core stage, it would take at least a few years for him to do so. But Fengjiu, from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, it only took him a short year. How could they not be envious? Zhou Xian looked at the arrogant and confident handsome youth. Her heart could not help but beat faster. He was really dazzling to the point that she could not look away. "Fengjiu, you're back." The vice house head, who had managed to get rid of the elder with great difficulty, asked Director Liu to send a message to the 6-star academy, and then hurriedly rushed over to Fengjiu. Seeing her surrounded by many students in the courtyard, he quickly came to her side. "Vice house head." Fengjiu smiled and called out, "Fengjiu, have you really decided?" The vice house head looked at her. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. This time he came to the 2-star academy, but the most outstanding one among them stayed. He really did not know what kind of face the dean would have when he heard this news. I've decided. How can I not compensate for it? Moreover, I also think that it should be very interesting. In any case, now that I have advanced to the golden core stage, it is impossible for me to break through again in a short period of time. So I will take this opportunity to become a mentor. Hearing the words of the 2, everyone was startled. They did not know what they were talking about. They only felt that there was no end to it. But when they heard Fengjiu say something about staying, about becoming a mentor, they were all stunned. "What mentor? What stay? Fengjiu, what are you guys talking about?" Xiao Yihan asked in shock. "Oh, it's like this. The dean and the elders of the 2-star academy said that since I had entered the Gene Dance stage, I was not eligible to participate in the competition between the academies, so I would not be able to compete for the honor list. Then they said that I had consumed their holy land, which made me overdraft my spiritual power, so they wanted me to stay here as a mentor for a year. I thought that I would not be addicted to being a mentor, so I agreed." Speaking of this, she excitedly smiled in anticipation. Later on, when the students of the 2-star academy see me, they will have to obediently call me teacher, Tifkiske. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Everyone's jaws dropped, looking at his excited face, and then at the helpless department head. They knew that it was true. Then, Are you not going back to the six-star academy? Yi Jing could not help but ask. Yeah, I won't be going back for a year. I said I'd stay here for a year. She smiled and said, Oh, right. Yi Jing, if you see my brother when you go back, tell him that I'm a teacher here, in case he can't find me. You really want to stay here as a mentor? Then can we transfer to the other academy? If the six-star academy does not have you, then it would really be boring. Chapter 928. Hearing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but laugh. How can there be no banquet in this world that doesn't end? It's not like you have to cultivate in one place. Saying this, she patted Xiao Yihan's shoulder. The 8 great empires are the goal of cultivation. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Of the 8 great empires, some knew, some didn't, but at this moment, their hearts were all moved because no one wanted to be weak. She chatted with them for a while, and finally everyone dispersed, returning to their own courtyards to rest. Seeing that she had made up her mind, the vice director left without saying anything. Niet Tong and the others who were in the same courtyard as her watched her ask someone to prepare water for her bath, and also return to their rooms to rest. Because one of her clothes had been destroyed and she only had one set left, she changed into her own clothes after bathing. It was a dazzling red dress. When she opened the door and was about to go out to find something to eat, she saw Mo Chen walk in with Tan Yun in her arms. Oh, Tan Yun saw its master, and with a low howl, it pounced forward, and Mo Chen loosened his grip, allowing it to leap out of his arms. Feng Jiu's eyes flashed with surprise. Why are you taking care of Tan Yun? She had entrusted Tan Yun to the vice director, so why was it with him? I have nothing to do, so I'm passing the time, he said, looking at her. I heard that you want to stay as a teacher. In 1 year. She nodded and walked out of the courtyard with him. The two walked at a leisurely pace, with Tan Yun following behind them. Mo Chun walked, his steps light and leisurely. He didn't look at her, nor did he speak, only looking at the road in front of him, as if thinking about something. Feng Jiu glanced at him and saw that his entire person was faintly shrouded in an immortal aura, his white clothes fluttering in the breeze, his ink-black hair moving slightly, his expression indifferent, but his entire body exuded a kind of immortal feeling, as if he was about to step on the clouds, which made her feel very strange. He appeared at the academy because of her, and he followed to the 2-star academy because of her. Only, she didn't know why he did this. Was it because of the prophecy that his master, Tianji Laoren, had said? Impossible, because sometimes he looked at her with a complicated and distant gaze. Strange, I've been following you all this time? Mo Chan stopped under a tree and slightly tilted his head, a slight smile on his face, perhaps because he knew her doubts. Feng Jiu looked at him, but be silent. Originally, I wasn't curious about who ruled the world, nor did I have any feelings about it. Thus, when my master came to find you, it was only because of my master's orders. However, the reason why I've always stayed by your side is because I want to know what kind of person the person whose fate is connected to mine is. Feng Jiu, fate's connected? What do you mean? He turned around and looked at her. His gaze was deep and complicated. I was born because of you, and I will die because of you. T's be a long time to test. T says, is this the reason why he's been following me all this time? She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She looked at the elegant immortal in front of her and asked, when I asked you that time, you didn't say anything. Why are you saying it now? I'm leaving. Chapter 929. Feng Jiu quietly looked at him, watching his white robe fluttering in the wind as he turned around and left. Her mind was still thinking about those 8 words. He was born because of her and died because of her. A person who had nothing to do with her. Why would he be born because of her and die because of her? She sighed in her heart and shook her head. Since she could not understand, then she would not think about it. Things that had not happened yet. It was useless to think about it. When the time came, maybe everything would be clear. The next morning, there was a knock on her door. Feng Jiu, who was sleeping soundly, did not want to get up, so she pretended not to hear it. Feng Jiu, I am a vice headmaster of the 2-star academy. Listening to these words, Even if Feng Jiu wanted to pretend to be asleep, she could only obediently get up, put on her coat, and open the door with a sleepy look. "Vice Headmaster, what's the matter?" At this time, her eyes were half closed, her face was sleepy, her hair was somewhat messy, and her clothes were not neatly arranged. This appearance really made the vice headmaster of the two-star academy, who was standing outside the door, scared. In the courtyard, Niet Tung, who was practicing martial arts in the morning, also looked back when the door opened, and when he saw her, he could not help but stare blankly. A gentle smile appeared in his eyes. It turned out that she was not honest when she slept. That messy hair, he guessed that she was sleeping under the quilt, right? And those eyes that were not open, it was almost as if she was leaning against the door with her eyes half closed to catch up on her sleep. Was she really that sleepy? This kind of her, messy, without any image to speak of, but in his eyes, everything was so straightforward, so cute, that he could not take his eyes off her. Perhaps feeling Nye Tung's gaze, Feng Jiu, who was still in a daze with her eyes half closed, frowned, yawned, and opened her eyes, lazily glanced at Nye Tung, who was staring at her in the courtyard, and then asked, "Is there something the vice headmaster wants from me? I brought you the information, and also arranged an immortal's cave for you according to your request. But the dean and the two elders said that they hope you can leave as soon as possible, and bring the people back as soon as possible." While speaking, he handed over a Chinquan bag, and said with a smile, "The things are inside. You could take a look. Leave as soon as possible?" Feng Jiu was startled, and said, "Although I do not have the information to participate in the competition, but I still want to see who will win in the end. Isn't the academy competition about to begin?" "Haha, this year, of course, and it will not be too much of a surprise. When you come back, I will tell you the results, right? This matter is more important. Otherwise, it won't be good to keep delaying it." He patted his Chinquan bag and said. Hearing this, she scratched her hair, making her messy hair even messier. "All right, I understand. I will leave tomorrow at the latest, okay?" She sighed, ignoring the vice headmaster's slightly twitching mouth as he stared at her messy hair, and sent him off. Then, she turned to go back in her room and closed the door, cutting off Nye Tung's line of sight. After returning to her room, she threw the Chinquan bag into her space and went back to sleep. She didn't wake up until noon. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, she looked through the information of the four people. As she read, she was speechless. TSK. These four guys are not simple. Chapter 9:30. Closing the documents, she rested her chin on her hand and thought, how could she bring these four people back? If she wanted the four of them to listen to her, then she would have to subdue them so that it would be more convenient to do things. But how could she subdue these four people? Relying on force and fists alone was definitely not enough. Her fair fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a knocking sound. Her pair of quick-witted eyes rolled around as thoughts flashed through her mind. Forget it. Let's go and talk to the Vice House headmaster first. She stood up and put the documents back in her space, straightened her red robe, and then walked out. As soon as she came out of the courtyard, she met Nye Tung in the courtyard, and seeing him staring at her, she raised her eyebrows, raised her chin, snorted, and walked out. Nye Tung watched as she lifted her chin and left with her hands behind her back. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. However, before the smile could spread, he retracted it. He looked at the figure that was already far away and slowly lowered his gaze. If he did not use such a strong method, if he did not use such an overbearing method, would he still have a chance? Whether he would have a chance or not, he did not know, but he knew that if he did not do that, even if she did not become his woman, she would not hate him so much. Hate. Thinking of these two words, his whole body's aura became as cold as frost, and his heart shrunk as a faint trace of pain that could not be ignored. Being hated by the person you love, this feeling was really not good. On the other side, Feng Jiu came to the Vice House headmaster and the two mentors and told them that he would be leaving tomorrow to do something. "You are leaving tomorrow? Are you not going to stay and watch the competition?" Director Liu was somewhat surprised, although Feng Jiu's qualification to participate in the competition was taken away, But these few academies competition should be very intense with Enchanting and the others. But originally they thought that the final winner would be Fengjiu, but now they were not sure. No, I was thinking that by the time I returned to the 2-Star Academy, you would have already left, so today I came to tell you about it. She smiled and looked at the Vicehouse headmaster, who was frowning and smiled. Vicehouse headmaster, I will return to the 6-Star Academy. It should be after a year. I have to go back and have a look. I have a lot of friends there. There is also Xiao Hei, who is guarding the Immortals Cave. Vicehouse headmaster, I will not go back. You cannot let people bully my Xiao Hei. You can rest assured. No one will touch your cave. It will be kept for you. As for that big black bear of yours, cough, I will get people to take care of it. The Vice Academy head sighed, looked at her, and said, since you want to stay, then I will give you some advice. You do not have any backing here, nor do you have any influence, so when you go out, you have to be careful. Moreover, the students of the 2-Star Academy, each one of them is a descendant of a powerful family, so you should not offend them, otherwise it would not be good for you. I know. She nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I know what to do. She had always been a person who would not offend others if they did not offend her. But if someone offended her, she was not a person who would blindly back down. Chapter 9:31. Well, he said goodbye to me and said that he was leaving. She nodded, her eyes flashing. She did not expect that he would say that he was leaving. Yesterday when she went back, she immediately fell asleep and did not send him off. She really felt apologetic. I think he also told you about it. The Vice Dean looked at her and said, since you are leaving tomorrow, you can go and do your own things. Good, then I will go first. She replied, and then turned around to leave. She went to Yi Jing's place, and after saying goodbye to her, she returned to the courtyard and said goodbye to Xiao Yihan, and then simply packed up the things in her room and turned around to leave the courtyard and went towards the immortal cave that the 2-Star Academy had prepared for her. The inter-school competition hadn't started yet, so there were many students who hadn't seen Fengjiu before. They didn't even know who she was. Therefore, when she walked through the school in a red dress, there were students whispering about her. Who is that boy? How come he is not wearing the uniform of the academy? Is he a relative of one of the teachers? I don't know if he is a relative, but that boy's bearing is quite good. Could he be a student from another academy? Impossible. The students from other academies have to wear the uniform of our academy. If that boy is from another academy, he certainly would not dare to not wear the uniform. Also, no one in the academy would dare to not wear the uniform. I guess that he is a relative of one of the teachers who came to visit. What relative? He was originally a student of a 6-Star Academy, but he advanced in the sacred land of the secret realm. I don't know how he became a teacher of our academy, and it was also the request of the dean and the 2 elders. Hearing these words, the students who were talking turned around and saw a teacher standing not far away, with his hands behind his back, staring at the red figure sitting on the flying feather, and said in a strange tone, he is a student of a 6-Star Academy? Is that so? Letting a student of a 6-Star Academy be our teacher? Who made this decision? This is too absurd. We are all dignified 2-Star Academy students, which one of us is a heaven's pride, but we actually let a student of a 6-Star Academy be our teacher? Doesn't this mean that a student of a 6-Star Academy can be our teacher? If people knew about this, how can we raise our heads in the future? This is the decision of the dean and the 2 elders. The instructor glanced at them. The news hasn't been released yet. If you have any objections or are dissatisfied, you can go to the dean. I believe the dean will give you a reasonable explanation. Yes, let's go to the dean. How can we let a student from a 6-Star Academy be our mentor? This is too much of a slap to the face. That's right. What qualifications does a student from a 6-Star Academy have to be our mentor? We refuse to accept this. Due to the fact that the teacher had exposed the news, the students were all furious and felt that they had been humiliated. They spread the news to each other, and in less than an hour, almost all the students in the academy knew about this matter. They all ran to the main peak, wanted to find the dean to clarify the matter. On the other side, Fengjiu had already moved into her Immortals Cave. In addition to the Immortals Cave's original array formation, she had also set up another array formation around her. Even if someone came to the mountain where she lived, they would not be able to enter her boundary. Chapter 9:32. However, before she could get close, the students gathered at the foot of the main peak noticed her. Look, there, he's over there. In an instant, almost everyone turned to look at her. Their eyes were filled with anger, as if she had done something that would incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of men. What's going on? She raised an eyebrow. Sitting on a flying feather, she slowly flew over their heads, intending to go to the ovens to find something to eat. However, at that moment, someone picked up a stone and threw it at her. Kill him. How can a student from a 6-star academy be our instructor? That's right. Kill him. I heard that the cultivation Holy Land's spiritual power was overdrawn by him. He caused us to be unable to cultivate for several years. He cut off our cultivation resources. He's not human. He's courting death. Kick him out. In an instant, one stone after another was thrown up from below. Because the students below were all cultivators, the height and strength of the stones were not just for fun. Fengjiu watched as the stones rained down. Because she was caught off guard, a stone hit her foot. The pain made her furious. With a whoosh, she flew up into the air on the flying feather, glaring at the crowd below. You've gone too far. How dare you throw stones at me? Do you have any respect for your elders? It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. Now that she did, in addition to throwing stones, some even turned around and flew at her on their swords. Seeing the stones and flying swords coming at her, she coldly snorted. Since you don't have any respect for your elders, I'll teach you a lesson. As soon as her voice fell, she stood on top of the flying feather sword. With a wave of her sleeve, it seemed as if there was powder floating down from the sky, all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top, not letting a single one escape. Then, with a wave of her hand, the 2 flying swords that were attacking her stabbed into the crotches of the 2 flying sword students. The 2 students only felt a sharp chi blade coming at them. A cold light flashed in front of their eyes, and they felt a chill between their legs. When they looked down, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. The sword chi had cut a large hole in the crotch area of their pants. Even their pants had been cut open. If the wound had been any deeper, their genitals would have been cut off as well. The 2 sucked in a breath of cold air and instinctively clamped their legs together. Their faces were pale as they looked at the red figure in the sky. They really didn't know whether to thank him for showing mercy or say that he was too ruthless. Hiss! It's so itchy. What's going on? Why is it so itchy? Me too. My whole body is itchy. What's going on? It's itchy. Hearing that the people below had stopped throwing stones and were scratching their heads, Fengjiu snorted and watched calmly. Go against her? Wasn't this asking for a beating? On the main peak, the principal and the vice principal heard the commotion and came out to take a look. Seeing the students of the academy lined up from the main peak all the way to the foot of the mountain, they couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before shouting in a deep voice, "What's going on? What are you all crowding around here for?" His voice, which contained spiritual energy, spread through the air and clearly entered the ears of the students on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. At this time, the crowd had already forgotten that they had been shouting to chase Fengjiu out. They were just scratching their itches and cursing at the same time. Fengjiu, why are you here? The principal saw Fengjiu in the air and asked. Chapter 9:33. Listening to Fengjiu's aggrieved words, the dean and the vice headmaster's mouths twitched. In this short period of contact, they already knew that this Fengjiu was not the type of person to suffer losses. How could he be bullied? No one would believe it if they said it out loud. Glancing at the students on the mountain, the dean helplessly asked, "What did you do to them?" Hearing this, how could the people who were scratching their skin not know that this was Fengjiu's doing? So, one by one, they angrily cursed, "Fengjiu, you actually used medicine. Fengjiu, you were despicable. You used medicine on them?" The dean was speechless. Such a large group of people. He actually sprinkled medicine on them? Where did he get the medicine from? Of course, I have to teach them a lesson for not respecting their teachers. It's just that teaching them one by one is too time-consuming. I'll just make them itch for 4 hours. Don't worry, they won't die. She smiled as she stared at the students below. Quickly give us the antidote. Give us the antidote. Hearing this, she chuckled. I am really sorry. I don't have the antidote for this thing, but you can find the Academy's doctors to cure it. Of course, the premise is that they can cure it. Listening to the confidence in his words, as well as looking at his arrogant and proud face, the dean and the vice headmaster could not help but look at each other. Their minds coincidentally remembered the warning of the vice headmaster of the Six-Star Academy. He said it was not that he did not want Fengjiu to stay, but he was afraid that if Fengjiu stayed, it would cause them big trouble in the future. He was afraid that in the future, the atmosphere of the Two-Star Academy would be foul, and he was afraid that they would regret it in the future. At that time, they thought that he just did not want such a heaven's pride to stay, but today, they suddenly had a bad premonition. Fengjiu. Before the dean could finish his words, he saw the youth standing on the flying feather flick his sleeves. With a smile on his face, he asked, Dean, I want to find something to eat. Where is the Two-Star Academy's ovens? Over there. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he gaped in shock. Just when he was about to say something, Fengjiu waved his hand, then stepped onto a flying feather and shot off in the direction of the ovens. Before he could say anything, the words were stuck in his throat. The dean sighed helplessly as he looked at the students who were complaining about the itch. He turned to the vice dean beside him and said, Go and take a look at the students. Let the students and instructors from Yao Peak take a look at them. As he spoke, he shook his head and turned to leave. Seeing this, the vice headmaster had no choice but to go and check on the students. As for Fengjiu, as soon as she arrived at the ovens, she could smell the delicious aroma wafting out from within. She couldn't stop herself from drooling. However, before she could even get close, she was stopped by the two guards guarding the ovens. The ovens is an important place. If you're bored, you're not allowed to enter. I'm not an idler. I'm a teacher. She took out the jade medallion that represented her status as a teacher and waved it in front of the two guards. When she saw the astonished expressions on their faces, she smiled. The dean sent me here to bring the food for him and the vice dean. Why would an instructor come here to bring food? The two guards asked suspiciously. Normally, we bring food to them. However, they couldn't be wrong about the identity medallion of an instructor. Chapter 9:34. Seeing this, the two men looked at each other and nodded. One of them turned around and walked in. Not long after, he came out with two food baskets. This is for the principal and the vice headmaster. Okay, thank you. She smiled and squinted her eyes. Carrying the two food baskets, she turned around and left. Seeing Fengjiu leave, the two men shook their heads and did not think much about it. They continued to guard the entrance and did not let anyone else come near. Fengjiu carried the two food baskets back to the Immortal's cave. When he opened the food baskets, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, the principal and the vice headmaster's food is really good. TSK, this Two-Star Academy's food is really good. Even in the Six-Star Academy, no one eats this well. What a rich taste of ginseng. Is this 100-year ginseng stewed with black spirit chicken? It is said that black spirit chicken is the best of the best. It is very nutritious. As she spoke, she took a spoon and drank a bowl of soup. In the end, she directly rolled up her sleeves and ate. After about half an hour, she was full and saw that there was still a lot left. She gave some to the two beasts, Tun Yun and Lao Bai, to eat. Phew, I'm so full. She touched her belly and walked out of the Immortal's cave. Looking at the sky, she thought about it. She would leave tomorrow and leave today as well. Why not leave now? And, after making up her mind, she went back to the Immortal's cave and took Tun Yun with her. Taking advantage of the night, she left the academy. As for this day, the principal and the vice headmaster were busy with the affairs of the students. However, they saw that tonight's dinner had not been delivered yet. They could not help but frown. They sent someone to hurry up, but the result made them very surprised. Fengjiu, that brat. The principal exhaled and helplessly cursed. The vice headmaster beside him also shook his head and smiled. I heard the guard report that Fengjiu went out. It's good that he left. That brat will really cause trouble if he stays in the academy. Sigh. I can only hope that he really has some ability to bring those four people back. Several days later, in a forest on the outskirts of the imperial city of the Qin Kingdom, one of the second-tier countries. Over 100 palace guards stood guard around the forest with swords hanging from their waists, not allowing anyone to approach. Not only that, but there was also a restriction placed by a nascent soul cultivator that prohibited flying. A purple-robed youth sat atop a flaming lion with his chin raised. The lion's feet were covered in flames, and with each step it took, the flames burned a footprint on the ground. It was a flame lion at the peak of the Saint Beast realm. It was covered in armor and exuded a majestic and domineering aura. However, it was as docile as a cat when it was ridden by the young man. As for that young man, although he had an air of nobility, he didn't have a handsome face. What he had was a chubby baby face. He looked harmless, but the light that occasionally flashed through his eyes would cause one's heart to tremble. 10th Prince, the prisoners on death row have been escorted over. A middle-aged man beside him said respectfully. With a wave of his hand, a group of Imperial guards escorted 10 death row prisoners forward. The baby-faced youth stared at them for a long time, then said, "I will give you all a chance to live." When they heard this, the 10 hearts trembled, but they did not say anything. They just stared at the young man in front of them. When they were locked up in the death row prison, they knew that they had no choice but to die. Now, he actually said that he would give them a chance to live, regardless of whether it was true or not. It made their hearts beat rapidly. Chapter 9:35. The youth smiled, revealing 2 small dimples on his cheeks. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "This is a game called Ghosts Are Here. You've never played it before, have you? This humble prince will be the ghost. If you can hide well and avoid being caught by the ghost, you can naturally live. If the ghost catches you, this humble prince doesn't need to tell you what the outcome will be, right?" The 10 people were startled, unable to believe what they had just heard. They had thought that they were brought out to be executed. They never thought that the 10th prince would bring them here to play a game called Ghosts Are Here. That was a game for children. Now, they actually had to play with him? As long as we don't get caught, we can live. One of the prisoners on death row asked incredulously. He couldn't believe that such a way out was placed in front of them. That's right. As long as you don't get caught by the ghost, of course you can live. The young man happily stared at the 10 people and memorized their faces. In the next moment, he pulled out the sword hanging from his waist, and with a swoosh, he untied the ropes on their bodies. "All right, the game has begun. You guys should quickly run away. I won't look at you. I'll count to 100 and it'll begin." As he spoke, he leaned forward childishly and leaned on the flaming lion's body. He even used his hand to block his line of sight. 1, 2, 5. At hearing the voice counting, the 10 people quivered and abruptly ran in several directions. In a short while, they had disappeared without a trace. The guard behind the young man looked straight ahead, as if they were already used to the young man's absurd behavior. Each of them stood at a distance and listened to the young man count while lying on the flaming lion. However, when he counted to 30, his voice stopped. The youth on the flaming lion raised his head and narrowed his eyes. He stared in several directions and revealed a strange smile. Playing ghosts during the day? Where's the fun in that? It's more exciting when it's dark. As he spoke, he lazily stretched his back, intending to let the people who were hiding wait until they were frightened out of their wits before he went out to search. However, at that moment, he faintly smelled a fragrance. "Which one of you brought barbecued meat? Why is it so fragrant?" The youth turned around and glanced at the people behind him. In reply to the 10th prince, "We didn't bring any." Hearing this, the youth patted the flaming lion's head and walked forward, saying, "All of you wait here. Don't run around without my orders." "Yes." The Imperial guards replied respectfully as they watched him ride the flame lion into the palace. "Is it really all right if we don't send people to follow them?" Someone asked. "How dare you disobey the 10th prince? If you have the guts, go ahead," the other person said as he sat down and waited. However, not long after he sat down, he really smelled the aroma of meat. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is barbecuing meat here?" Those 10 prisoners on death row all thought that they had too little time to escape, so they definitely wouldn't do this. Could it be that there are other people in this forest? Thinking of this possibility, The middle-aged man couldn't help but frown as he looked worriedly in the direction the youth had left. When the youth followed the scent, he saw a handsome red-clothed youth sitting cross-legged under a large tree. He was tearing up something and eating it. In front of the youth was a pile of smashed soil, and on the soil was a fragrant chicken. The chicken had its legs torn off. Just the smell alone made him want to pounce on it. Chapter 9:36. Fengjiu glanced at him and asked casually, "Who are you?" Hearing this, the young man raised his chin and said arrogantly, "You don't even know me? Let me tell you, I'm the 10th prince of the kingdom of Qing, Duanyi." "Oh, it's Duanyi," she replied nonchalantly and shifted her gaze away to continue eating the chicken. Seeing this, the young man was annoyed. "You haven't told me your name. It's not like I have to tell you." The young man was startled and looked at the young man in astonishment. He wanted to get angry, but when he smelled the fragrance, he swallowed his saliva and asked, "What are you eating?" As he spoke, he had already jumped off the flaming lion and walked towards Fengjiu. "Beggar's chicken. Have you eaten it?" Seeing him coming, Fengjiu tore off another drumstick and handed it over. "Here, try it." The young man looked curiously at the drumstick in his hand and coughed. He raised his chin and said, "Okay, since you're treating me, I'll try it." He took a bite and didn't care about his image. When the tender chicken entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. Delicious. Of course. How can my cooking not be delicious? Fengjiu took out a bottle of wine. "Want some? Drink." So he sat down beside him and ate the chicken, drank the wine, and chatted. "There's a barrier here. How did you get in?" "I was here before you set up the barrier." "Then you're lucky to have met me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get out." "Ah." Fengjiu chuckled and didn't say anything. "Where are you from? Aren't you from the imperial city of the kingdom of Qing?" "No, I'm from a 7th-tier country." "Ah, 7th-tier country? That's a country with very little influence and strength. However, it's also very far from here. How can someone from a 7th-grade country like you come here?" "I'm looking for someone." Hearing him say he was looking for someone, the young man asked, "Looking for someone? Have you found someone? Do you need little Wang to help you?" Fengjiu glanced at him and smiled meaningfully. "I found him, but I haven't thought of how to subdue him. That's simple." He raised his fist and said, "Do you see that? My fist is all that matters. If you want to subdue me, all you have to do is clench your fist and do it." "Oh, using his fists? That won't do, right?" She rubbed her chin as she considered his suggestion. "Why not? They're all people who bully the weak and fear the strong. If they're not convinced, just beat them until they're convinced. How simple is that?" After finishing the drumstick, he tore off a chicken wing and continued to gnaw on it. Hearing this, Fengjiu stared at him with a faint smile. He restrained the light in his eyes and asked, "Right, I haven't asked you yet. What are you doing in this forest?" "I'm playing Final Destination," the young man said as he turned to Fengjiu. "Do you want to join me? I'm a ghost. There are 10 prisoners on death row in this forest. If I let them go, as long as they avoid me, they'll have a chance to live. If not, Seeing the ruthlessness in the young man's eyes, Fengjiu raised his eyebrows. This baby-faced young man was, as the information said, he was not a harmless and innocent young man. However, born in the imperial family, if he was too innocent, he would have died many times over. What's so exciting about playing Final Destination? If you want to play, then play for real. Do you dare? She asked provocatively. Chapter 9:37. Why not? I heard that there's a mass grave in the Qing kingdom. It's full of ghosts, but there's a formation set up there. Normal people can't go in, and usually no one goes in. As she spoke, the young man lowered his head and pretended not to hear, stuffing chicken meat into his mouth. Seeing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and continued. There are all kinds of ghosts in that place, but most of them are malicious ghosts. Their white robes flutters in the wind. Their fangs are greenish-white, and their ghostly flames are floating around. If you go there at night, it's even more. Ah, don't say it. Don't say it. You're giving me goosebumps. The young man couldn't help but jump up and stare at Fengjiu. She looked at the young man in surprise and said, "Ah, I thought you weren't afraid, so I told you. Besides, these aren't very powerful. What's more terrifying are the malicious ghosts that become ghost cultivators. You've seen them before? The young man's baby face was filled with fear and curiosity. I've seen them before. You want to know? I'll tell you. Seeing the fear on the young man's face and the curiosity in his eyes, she smiled and said, "It's daytime now. It's okay to talk about ghosts during the day, but don't talk about them at night." "That's true. All right then. Tell me, I'll listen." He sat down again and leaned closer to her. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "Actually, they're good ghosts too. It's just that there are fewer of them. I once passed by a place and decided to stay for the night when I saw that it was dark. I felt something was wrong when I saw that there was only one family there. But I thought it was nothing, so I went to ask. I saw a child of a few years old in front of the door." "That child is a ghost?" "No, the child isn't a ghost. But his grandparents, father, and mother are all ghosts. Because they were killed and their resentment hasn't dissipated, so the flaming lion standing at the side was already at the peak of the holy beast level. It had developed spiritual intelligence long ago. At this moment, it just watched its master sitting there in high spirits and listening to the young man in red, who came out of nowhere, tell a ghost story. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the flaming lion, who had not been paying much attention, suddenly turned and stared at a certain spot with a sharp gaze. In the forest, not far away, the round Tunyun was trotting back with small steps. It glanced at the big flaming lion and came to its master's side. Is this your pet?" The young man looked at the round little beast, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. "Such a small little beast. It can't even help you fight. What's the point of raising it? This kind of animal is only suitable for women to keep for fun." Tunyun glanced at him, not even giving him an extra glance. What a blind person. Fengjiu chuckled and stroked Tunyun's soft fur. "It's called Tunyun, my little beast. What do you think? She was round and cute, right? Doesn't it look like a cloud in the sky? TSK, I don't see how cute she is. We men don't like this kind of little thing." As he spoke, he raised his chin and gestured, "Look at my pet beast. It's a peak holy beast. Its four hooves tread on fire, and it looks majestic even without roaring. Peak holy beast. Its rank isn't low," she nodded and said with a smile. Chapter 9:38. With your peak foundation building strength, you still can't catch this peak holy beast flame lion. Presumably, there were at least 2 nascent soul cultivators accompanying you, right? Upon hearing this, Duan Yi was stunned, and his gaze became vigilant. "You can see through my cultivation? I can see through it. Why can't I see through it? How's that possible?" He was somewhat in disbelief. She grinned and patted him with her hand. "How's that impossible? My strength is higher than yours to begin with." "Higher than me? Don't tell me you're still a core formation cultivator?" He sneered, sizing up Fengjiu. "Peak Great Spirit Master? She laughed loudly. "That's because I suppressed it. Otherwise, it would have been too conspicuous. Don't tell me you're a core formation cultivator." As soon as his voice fell, he saw that Fengjiu really was laughing like a fox. He couldn't help but be stunned, crying out involuntarily, "You're really a core formation cultivator? How's that possible?" Low-key, low-key. She smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Just think of me as a peak Great Spirit Master. I just advanced to core formation a few days ago." Upon seeing Fengjiu's smug expression, the corner of Duan Ye's mouth twitched, and he asked, "Are you really from a 7th-ranked country?" The strength and cultivation of people from 7th-ranked countries are already so abnormal. In this 2nd-ranked country, his strength was already one of the best, but this boy was even more abnormal. He seemed to be 1 or 2 years older than him, but he'd actually formed his gold core. He elbowed the boy beside him. "We've been talking for so long, but you still haven't told me your name?" "Fengjiu," she said with a smile. "Fengjiu? You're ranked 9th? Upon hearing that, the corner of her mouth twitched. "Who said that you have to be ranked 9th if you're called Fengjiu?" "My name is Fengjiu." "It doesn't sound good," he said with a twitch of his mouth. She glanced at him speechlessly. Without saying anything else, she patted her dust-stained robes and stood up. "You're leaving?" Duan Yi hurriedly asked. Fengjiu glanced at him and asked, "Do you know the Hell Mountain Range?" "Hell Mountain Range? I've heard of it, but I've never been there. It is said that our Hell Mountain range is connected to the Hell Forest of the 8 great empires. There are treasures everywhere, but there are also dangers everywhere. Moreover, some people from the 8 great empires go there to gain experience. As soon as he finished speaking, he stared at Fengjiu with a grave expression. Why are you bringing this up for no reason? Don't tell me you want to go there because you have nothing to do. You're right. I want to go there for a walk and gain some experience, so I want to find a few people to team up with. Do you dare to come with me? She raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Hearing this, he stared at Fengjiu and exclaimed, Do you want to die? Even if a gold core cultivator went in, I've never heard of anyone coming out alive. Very few people on our side dare to go in. Just because others don't dare, it doesn't mean that I don't dare. Let me ask you, do you dare to come with me? She stared at him. She did not intend to tell him that she was an instructor of a 2-star academy. She only intended to kidnap him and go to that place to gain some experience. She believed that after coming out of that place, even if her strength did not increase, her skills and adaptability would increase. When the time was up, she could directly take him back. Duan Yi thought for a moment. His cute baby face wrinkled up. After a long time, he asked, Just the 2 of us? Chapter 9:39. Sigh, but my father will definitely not allow me to go. He sighed. That's simple. Just leave it to me. Her eyes flashed with wisdom as she said, However, in order to get rid of the people following us, we still have to sneak away. How about this? You and your flame lion follow me first and wait for me at the edge of the barrier. I'll inform your guards. He was stunned. You? Can you do it? Don't get caught. Hearing this, she looked at the little beast on the ground. Swallow Cloud. Lead the way for them. I'll catch up with you later. Ayo! Swallow Cloud opened its mouth and growled. Then it raised its head and walked with its short legs to lead the way. All right, if you can't do it, you can find me. But there's a barrier here. Can you not be so long-winded? Let's go. She rolled her eyes speechlessly and waved her hand to chase them away. When Duan Yi saw this, he did not speak anymore and followed the little beast on his flame lion. He looked back at Fengjiu, who was standing in the same place, and thought, It doesn't matter if he really can't do it, then I'll just circle back. As for Fengjiu, after Duan Yi left with Swallow Cloud, she went directly to the guards. Before she got close, she heard a shout. Who are you? Why are you here? Hearing the shout, Fengjiu looked at the person and saw that it was a middle-aged man with a nascent soul cultivation. So she said, I'm a teacher from the 2-star academy, surnamed Feng. The dean asked me to come and pick up Duan Yi. A teacher from the 2-star academy? The middle-aged man glanced at Fengjiu. She did not hide her cultivation and directly released the strength of a middle gold core stage. What proof do you have? Seeing the strength of the middle gold core stage, the nascent soul cultivator asked in a deep voice. This is my teacher identity jade token. She handed over the jade token and said. The nascent soul cultivator took it and scanned it with his divine sense. The youth's appearance and identity were printed on it, so he nodded and relaxed his expression. The 10th prince is unwilling to go to the academy. Do you have a way to take him away? He's already agreed to go with me. I'm here to tell you guys to remove the barrier. I'm taking him away. He agreed to go with you. The nascent soul cultivator was somewhat surprised. That's right. Fengjiu nodded. Seeing this, he pondered for a moment and asked, Since you are an instructor of the 2-star academy and have also come to pick up the 10th prince, then do you want to accompany the 10th prince to the imperial palace to see the emperor? It's too troublesome. I still have things to do, so I won't be going to the palace. As she spoke, she saw him frown slightly and added, You can rest assured that my identity cannot be faked. If you don't believe me, you can send a letter to the academy to ask. I understand. The nascent soul cultivator looked at the sky and said, 2 hours. Once I capture the 10 prisoners, I will release the barrier. Hearing this, Fengjiu curled his lips and said, All right, then I'll take a walk around here with Duan Yi. As he spoke, he turned around and left. Watching him leave, the nascent soul cultivator immediately said to the guard behind him, Immediately return to the palace and report. Yes. The guard responded and quickly left. You too, follow him. Try not to let him find you. he instructed the two middle gold core stage cultivators. Okay. The two of them responded and followed behind Fengjiu. Chapter 940. After about an hour, there was still no sign of Fengjiu. Duanyi couldn't help but look back as he muttered, "That kid couldn't have been caught, right? Forget it. I'd better go back and take a look." Just as he patted his mount and was about to turn back, he saw a red figure dash out of the forest and arrive in front of him in a few breaths. "Duanyi, can you put this big beast into the spiritual beast space?" As long as it was a contracted beast, it could be put into the spiritual beast space. He should be able to do the same, right? Of course. But why should I put it away? Isn't it fine for me to ride it? He looked at Fengjiu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Wait until we're out of the kingdom of Qing before riding it. Otherwise, it'll be too eye-catching. Hurry up and put it away. Let's go." She gestured, then turned around and walked to the edge of the barrier. She gathered spirit energy in her hands and gathered it on her fingertips. As she pointed, she let out a clear shout. "Break!" As soon as she shouted, the spiritual power on her fingertips pointed forward. Like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, circles of spiritual power rippled out in that seemingly transparent place. Duanyi was putting his contracted beast into the spiritual beast space when he saw the barrier open a small door in front of him. He was startled. How could it be like this? "Let's go." Fengjiu pulled him and jumped out. Little Tunyon followed closely behind them. After they jumped out, that place gradually returned to its original state. "Hiss, how come I didn't know the barrier could be broken like this? If we come out like this, how could they not know?" He was pleasantly surprised. He looked back and was pulled onto a feather by Fengjiu. Together with little Tunyon, they quickly flew into the distance one day later, in a town in the kingdom of Qing. In an inn, Fengjiu was resting on the bed. She faintly heard the sound of an argument downstairs, so she pulled the blanket over her head. However, not long after, the innkeeper hurried upstairs and knocked on her door. "Young master, young master, young master," quickly opened the door. "Something has happened. Something has happened." Hearing the anxiety in the shopkeeper's voice, Fengjiu helplessly got up. After a simple wash, he put on his coat and opened the door. His tone was somewhat displeased. What happened so early in the morning? Seeing the door open, the shopkeeper hurriedly said, "Young master, the young master who came with you is fighting with someone outside." "Fight?" Fengjiu was startled for a moment, then said indifferently, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's the big deal?" With Duanye's strength, he might not necessarily lose. Therefore, when she was about to close the door, the shopkeeper stopped her. "No, he beat up the city's little tyrant. That little tyrant has some background. I'm afraid that young master." She frowned. "What's his background?" "It's fine as long as he's not dead. What's the big deal?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper was stunned and speechless. As long as he didn't die, was this referring to that young master? Or that little tyrant? "Forget it. Have someone bring me some breakfast. It would be best if I could get a bowl of porridge." She walked out with little Tunyon at her feet. "Young master, aren't you going to see your friend?" The shopkeeper asked in surprise. "Didn't you hear what I said?" She paused and glanced back at the shopkeeper. Chapter 941. Fengjiu walked down the stairs and glanced outside. When he saw that there were many people gathered outside the inn, he ignored them. Instead, he found a nearby table and sat down. He poured himself a cup of water and drank it. Because there were too many people gathered outside, she could not see the situation. She could only faintly hear the sounds of fists landing, the clapping and cheering of the crowd, and Duanye's curses. She heard that the curses were full of energy, so she was not worried that he would be at a disadvantage. After the waiter served the snacks, she picked up her chopsticks and began eating. Little Tun Yin obediently lay on a chair at the side and did not run around. "Sir, this is your porridge. There are also 2 side dishes to go with it." The innkeeper personally served Fengjiu the food while carefully observing his expression. However, he saw that he was not anxious at all. It was as if he did not know the youth who was fighting outside. When he saw this, he could only retreat and no longer speak. "Ah, my eyes!" A blood-curdling scream came from outside. The onlookers only saw the purple-clothed youth throw a punch at the little tyrant's eyes, causing him to scream endlessly. When he let go, one of his eyes quickly turned black and blue, and even that side of his face swelled up. "Oomph. You dare to provoke me? You're blind. Since you're blind, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know who you can afford to provoke." Duan Yi coldly snorted and once again rushed forward, lifting his leg to kick that man. Unexpectedly, his kicking leg was grabbed by someone and turned, his entire body turned along with it, and he only felt a wave of force attacking him and was forcefully pushed out. The purple-robed figure somersaulted in the air and landed on the ground. However, he could not stabilize himself and took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. His expression was cold as he stared at the person who had come and said sternly, "Who are you? You want to stand up for him? Sir, you should know when to stop. If you cross the line again, I won't be polite." The person who came was a middle-aged man with the strength of a gold core. He only glanced at Duan Yi before warning him. It was very obvious that he had seen through Duan Yi's strength at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. However, even with the strength at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from a Golden Core cultivator. Thus, he had issued a warning. After all, using the cultivation of a Golden Core cultivator to deal with a Foundation Establishment cultivator was too humiliating for his status. "You're welcome? Ha ha ha. If you don't scram, then don't blame me for being impolite." Duan Yi raised his head and roared with laughter. But his sharp eyes were like those of a little beast, bloodthirsty, icy cold, and surging with battle intent. Obviously, he was utterly unafraid that his opponent was a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Is this guy crazy? That middle-aged man is Little Tyrant's uncle, an Azoth practitioner. He even dares to provoke him? Maybe this young man came from some aristocratic family? Otherwise, where would the courage and guts come from? But I don't see anyone protecting him. Moreover, even if he really is from a noble family, so what? If he were to be killed here, then he would be nothing. That's right. Last month, Little Tyrant killed someone, but no one dared to say anything to them. Even the city lord turned a blind eye to it. This purple-robed young man looks like he came from outside and doesn't know Little Tyrant's reputation. However, his strength is above Little Tyrant's. He was actually able to beat Little Tyrant to the point of crying for his father and mother. This is truly satisfying. Chapter 942. You're just a local tyrant. How dare you call yourself an overlord? Chi, don't you know that only I have the right to call you Little Overlord? Duan Yi's hand moved, and an 8-star flywheel appeared in his hand. The flywheel seemed to be made of black iron, but the array patterns on it, as well as the sharp teeth of the wheel, made the Golden Core cultivator squint his eyes, and a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. Magic tool. That was an extraordinary magic tool. An extremely rare magic tool on the market. He couldn't tell that this kid actually had such a thing. However, to be able to take out such a magic tool so casually, he might have even more valuable treasures on him. Thinking of this, his mind quickly moved. "Kid, I think you don't want to live anymore. How dare you cause trouble in my territory?" The man who was beaten until his entire body was in pain was supported by 2 men. He was glaring angrily at Duan Yi, who was holding the 8-star flywheel. He wanted to go forward and teach him a lesson, but he was stopped by the middle-aged man in front of him. "Uncle, this kid is too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't know the immensity of heaven and earth." "That's right. If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Duan Yi nodded in agreement. The 8-star flywheel in his hand spun, and with a whoosh, the flywheel attacked the middle-aged man with a fierce aura and traces of killing intent. A trace of calculation flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes, and his figure flashed. "Since you're not willing to stop, then I'll offend you." The pressure of a Golden Core cultivator attacked. After dodging Duan Yi's attack, he grabbed Duan Yi's shoulder with his bare hands. "You dare touch me? I'll cripple your pig's feet." Duan Yi snorted coldly. The 8-star flywheel returned to his hand, and with a change of direction, it slashed towards the hand that was grabbing his shoulder. Whoosh! The middle-aged man was shocked by his extremely fast speed. He instinctively retracted his hand, but he could still feel the bloodthirsty aura on the back of his hand. It felt as if he had retracted his hand a little slower, his hand would have been chopped off. Damn it! This kid was only at the foundation establishment stage. But how could he be so fast? How could he know that as a disciple of the imperial family, he'd encountered countless dangers since he was young, and his movement technique and speed were the foundation for survival, so he naturally wouldn't be slow. Moreover, they were related to the aristocratic families of the 8 great empires, so they naturally had some secret techniques that outsiders didn't know about. Hiss! That young man is so fast. That's right, to actually be able to exchange blows with a golden core cultivator. Where did this young man come from? He's definitely not from small family. It won't be so easy to deal with the son of an aristocratic family. If they really dare to harm the young man's life here, the young man's family will probably know. I've heard that many aristocratic families send their children out to gain experience, and they will secretly protect them. As long as their lives are not in danger, they will generally not show themselves. Hearing the words of the surrounding people and seeing the speed of the youth's attack and his strange movement technique, the golden core cultivator's forehead broke out in cold sweat. In a moment of carelessness, his arm was scratched by the flywheel. Seeing that if they continued to fight in this place, even if they won, it wouldn't be good. Thus, he gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. He pulled the little tyrant with one hand and rushed back, leaving behind a sentence at the same time. Brat, don't let me see you again. Chapter 943. He looked around and snorted. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What's there to look at? Hurry up and disperse. When the surrounding people saw this, they quickly dispersed. They didn't dare to offend someone who dared to go against a golden core cultivator. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, Duan Yi walked towards the inn. The shopkeeper at the door hurriedly greeted him with a smile. It's good that young master is fine. It's good that you're fine. That young master has been waiting for you on the first floor for a long time. He's here. Young master, please follow me. Duan Yi walked in and saw Fengjiu sitting there full. He walked forward and said, You're quite at ease. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to win and will be killed? If you can't win, you'll have run away long ago. Fengjiu poured a cup of tea and drank it as he gestured. I ordered those for you. After eating, we'll be on our way. All right. He didn't say much. After sitting down, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The two of them paid the bill and left the inn, heading out of the city. After exiting the city gate, Duan Yi asked, Didn't you say there were 3 more people? Who are they? Where are we going to find them? Hearing this, she glanced at him and said with a smile, What's the rush? You'll know when we get there. You already have people in mind. With our strength, it's a bit difficult to enter the Hell Mountain range. So, the other 3 are nascent soul cultivators? If they were nascent soul cultivators, wouldn't it be fine if I asked my imperial father to call 2 of them? Why do I need to find them? What nascent soul cultivators? Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle. Those 3 are the same as you, foundation establishment cultivators. What? Are you kidding? Find 3 more foundation establishment cultivators to enter the Hell Mountain range? With my cultivation level, I'm confident that I can fight against a golden core cultivator, but against a peak golden core cultivator, I'm not confident at all. If it were other foundation establishment cultivators, they wouldn't even be able to deal with an early stage golden core cultivator. If you find 3 more foundation establishment cultivators, we won't have to protect them, right? No, those 3 are the same as you. They aren't weak. Hearing him praise him as well, he couldn't help but glance at him. A trace of surprise flashed across his baby face as he coughed lightly and said, I don't know about others, but I'm definitely not weak. Seeing that you're not bad, I'll give you a hand when you encounter danger in the Hell Mountain range. Sure, she chuckled and said, but before we leave, don't you think we should solve the problem first? What trouble? He looked at him in confusion. That's the trouble that's been following us all the way. Aren't they waiting for us to leave the city? I think it's better for you to solve the trouble you've caused. It's a good opportunity for you to practice your skills. Hearing this, he instantly reacted. His cute baby face darkened, and his sharp eyes looked behind him. He shouted, Who are you, scoundrel? Hurry up and come out to see me. Ha 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 ha. You really don't know the difference between life and death. A burst of laughter rang out. Just as the voice faded away, a dozen strong men holding swords and sabers surged out from the surroundings. Aside from the Golden Core cultivator and the Great Spirit Masterman from before, there was also a middle-aged man with a large belly. Chapter 944. His eyes, which were so fat that only a slit could be seen, flickered with light as he sized up the two of them, as if he was evaluating goods. Finally, his gaze swept past the baby-faced Duan Yi and stopped at the handsome Feng Jiu's face. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. "Old thing, don't use such a disgusting gaze to look at people. It will make me want to dig your eyes out." While the fat middle-aged man was sizing up the two of them, Duan Yi was also sizing them up. Especially this fat guy, who was wearing sparkling gold clothes. Seeing him use such a gaze to stare at them, he knew that this person was thinking of dirty things. Where did this noble young master come from? His looks are truly outstanding, and each has their own charm. The fat man chuckled as he continued to stare at the two of them with narrowed eyes. However, rather than saying that he was staring at Duan Yi, it would be better to say that he was staring at the handsome young man in red clothes that were as dazzling as fire. The youth only had the cultivation of a great spirit master, but from the moment he saw them appear until now, he wasn't alarmed or panicked. He calmly stood there with an indifferent expression on his incomparably handsome face and a faintly discernible smile on his lips. This young man's beauty was even more beautiful than a woman's, but it was not the kind of evil and gentle beauty. Instead, it was a kind of wanton and dazzling beauty like the blazing sun. That pair of serene eyes contained a mysterious color. With just a glance, it made people unable to look away. However, it was precisely because of this young man's peerless beauty, because of his calmness, and because of the faintly discernible smile on his lips that gave him a very strange feeling no matter how he looked at it. Danger. And it was a strange feeling of danger. He was only a great spirit master young man. So how could he give him such a feeling? It should be a misconception. Feng Jiu, what is this old thing's cultivation? Duan Yi moved closer to his side and asked. Peak Golden Core. She narrowed her eyes and said with a smile. Hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Previously, he said that he could not beat a peak Golden Core cultivator, but now he was met with a peak Golden Core cultivator. How could he be so unlucky? Feng Jiu seemed to know what he was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, It's okay. If you can't beat him, you have me. You're saying that you've just entered the Golden Core realm not long ago, and yet you're able to deal with someone at the peak of the Golden Core realm with the cultivation of the early Golden Core realm? He lowered his voice, looked at him, and sighed. All right, if we can't find them, we'll run. What are you mumbling about? What? Scared? Haha, capture them. Bring them back and clean them up properly. The Golden Core stage cultivator who had been injured by Duan Yi's 8-star flywheel shouted. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding dozen or so strong men rushed forward to surround them. Oomph. You are courting death. Duan Yi coldly snorted. With a move of his hand, the 8-star flywheel turned into a beam of light and appeared in his hand. He instantly threw the flywheel. With a whoosh, the flywheel carried a sharp aura as it slashed towards the necks of the cultivators who had surrounded him. For a moment, at the same time the cold light streaked across, miserable screams were heard. Streams of blood splashed onto the ground. The strong men who had surrounded Duan Yi and Duan Yi had fallen dead before they could even touch the two of them. That's right. If an initial stage Great Spirit Master cultivator were to deal with a peak foundation establishment cultivator, they would definitely be killed as soon as they made a move. Chapter 945. To have such skills and cultivation at such a young age, little doll, which clan are you from? The fat middle-aged man asked, squinting his eyes as he stared at Duan Yi. Hearing the word little doll, Feng Jiu could not help but laugh. Looking at Duan Yi's red face, that childish baby face was indeed worthy of the word little doll. Duan Yi glared at Feng Jiu angrily, then glared at the fat middle-aged man. I'm your grandfather. With that, he attacked with the 8 stars flywheel in his hand. Feng Jiu stood to the side without moving. Duan Yi's skills were not weak, and she wanted to know where his limits were. Moreover, the peak Golden Elixir Realm cultivator would not attack so easily, so she was not worried that his life would be in danger. As expected, when the early Golden Elixir Realm cultivator saw Duan Yi attack, he immediately attacked him, blocking his attack and exchanging blows with him. In terms of strength, Duan Yi was not his opponent's match, but in terms of speed and movement techniques, he had the upper hand. Feng Jiu watched quietly, and Tunyan also followed beside her, watching the two exchange blows. Sharp air currents whistled through the air, and visible spiritual auras swept through the air, attacking the opponent. The Golden Elixir Realm cultivator did not have a weapon in his hand, and was cut by the 8 stars flywheel in Duan Ye's hand. Blood instantly seeped out of his shoulder, and he also gasped, retreating slightly. The young man watching from the side did not dare to move forward, because he knew that he was not his opponent. If he suddenly moved forward, he would only end up like the dozen strong men who were killed, dying. However, he could not defeat the doll face, but this red-clothed youth was only a great spiritual master, so he could take care of him. Thus, when he saw that the youth had been staring at the battle between the two, he moved his sleeve slightly, and a dagger slipped out from his sleeve. He held it in a reverse grip, and his figure suddenly leaped out, raising the dagger to stab at the red-clothed youth. "Brat, watch me kill you." However, Feng Jiu didn't even look at him. She didn't dodge or attack. That was because Tan Yun, who was standing by her feet, had already charged forward when he saw the man lunging at her with a dagger in his hand. The small figure was like a ball. The seemingly harmless pet that had no combat power flashed its sharp claws at this moment. At the same time, its sharp claws slashed to the man's wrist that was holding the dagger. Swish! What was shocking was that when such a small pet pounced and flashed its claws, it actually carried a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. Its speed was so fast that even the great Spirit Master level man couldn't dodge in time. My hand. The dagger fell to the ground with a clang, and fresh blood seeped out from his trembling wrist. His face turned pale, and he instinctively reached out to grab his bleeding hand. Looking at the deep claw marks on his bloody wrist, he could faintly see half of his white bones. He was so shocked that his heart beat wildly, and he screamed involuntarily. My hand. Because of the sudden change on the man's side, the Golden Elixir Realm cultivator who was fighting with Duan Yi momentarily lost his mind, and his abdomen was also slashed by the sharp 8 stars flywheel. He staggered backwards, and his face turned pale. He tightly clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept this. Chapter 946. The fat middle-aged man's hand that was patting his stomach paused for a moment. His eyes that were as thin as slits stared at the little round pet, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. "What kind of beast is this?" he asked, as if he didn't see the 2 people injured. He only stared at the little beast with interest, as if he was very surprised by its fierce attack to protect its master. Feng Jiu didn't even look at him. Her gaze was only focused on Duan Yi. When she saw that he was fighting with the Golden Core Cultivator, and that there were only small wounds on his body caused by the air currents, a trace of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. Not bad. His skills were indeed not bad. It was more than enough to deal with an early Golden Core Cultivator. Even if it was a mid-Golden Core Cultivator, he could still steadily gain the upper hand and not be defeated. With this kind of skill and reaction, he could definitely kill someone above his level. Perhaps seeing that Feng Jiu didn't pay attention to him, the fat middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Duan Yi. In the next moment, the fat figure actually rushed out at an extremely fast speed, attacking Duan Yi. Seeing this, Feng Jiu's eyes moved slightly. She didn't make a move and only watched. She saw that Duan Yi was gradually at a disadvantage in the fight with that person. Although the other party was fat, his movements weren't clumsy. Compared to the Golden Core Cultivator, this peak Golden Core Cultivator strength was clearly much higher. In less than 10 moves, Duan Yi was completely at a disadvantage. When she saw the other party's palm carrying a strong chi attack towards Duan Yi's chest, her eyes flashed with a cold light, and her red figure instantly rushed out. Duan Yi only felt a sudden force grab him from behind. His entire body was pulled back, and he was forcefully sent several meters away to avoid that almost fatal attack. His heart jumped slightly, and he gasped. His eyes widened as he saw Fengjiu's red figure flash before his eyes and meet the fat middle-aged cultivator's attack. "Be careful!" He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After all, he thought that Fengjiu was just a cultivator who had just entered the Golden Core realm. Perhaps his battle prowess was even lower than his own, but he had faced such a blow head-on. If he had been hit by that person's palm, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. The two palms struck out, and the two streams of air collided. The powerful aura and pressure seemed to want to compete and see who was stronger. They suppressed each other until a loud bang was heard. The air currents rumbled, and the more powerful side swept out with an overwhelming momentum. It was like a stormy wave in the sea suddenly colliding, and the fat middle-aged cultivator was sent flying several meters away. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure swayed slightly. His entire body was knocked back by the powerful airflow, and he lost his balance and staggered back. But at this moment, before he could even react, he saw the red figure rush towards him like a ghost. He could even see the shock and horror in the deep and cold eyes of the red figure. Xiao! A sharp gust of wind swept past, followed by a flash of cold light. Blood splattered out, and the fat figure stiffly fell backwards. Bang! He didn't even have the chance to scream and beg for mercy. Fengjiu took his life in 3 moves. Such a frighteningly powerful battle prowess made Duan Yi, who was standing behind him on tenterhooks, widen his eyes in shock and disbelief. Chapter 9:47. A sharp scream broke the silence. The man with the injured wrist screamed and tried to escape. Almost at the same time, the golden core cultivator with the injured abdomen and shoulder turned to flee. However, Fengjiu smiled when he saw the two figures. Trying to escape? It's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, the red figure attacked and took care of the two people without any difficulty. Duan Yi gulped when he saw the two motionless corpses on the ground. He stared at Fengjiu in admiration. So powerful. Yes, so powerful. So much more powerful than him. He always thought that there were few people in his generation who could be his match. After all, he could kill people above his level. Ordinary people could not do that. However, after seeing Fengjiu's strength and skills today, he could not help but sigh in admiration. He was really powerful. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take everything valuable from them and run. Fengjiu, who had already squatted down to search the corpses, turned around and shouted at Duan Yi. "Oh, okay." Duan Yi responded in a daze. Almost instinctively, he squatted down and took everything valuable from the corpses. In the end, he brought everything to Fengjiu. "Here, it's all here. Here." He handed everything to Duan Yi. Although these things were worth some money, he did not care for them. Moreover, he was born in the imperial family and had never lacked money. Fengjiu glanced at him but did not say anything. He took the items and put them into his space. Go. Someone will definitely come later. Let's go." With that, he threw the flying feather and jumped up with Tun Yin. When Duan Yi saw this, he hurriedly jumped up and sat on the flying feather. The flying feather carried them into the sky. After a while, he asked, "Fengjiu, how are you so powerful?" That was a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage. You could kill him in 3 moves? Is your cultivation really only at the Golden Core stage? Yes. If he wasn't in the Jinan stage, could he be in the Nascent Soul stage? As for skills, it's all about practice. Your skills aren't bad either. If you practice well, you'll be a sharp blade in the future. He looked at the red-clothed youth beside him. Then his gaze fell on the little beast called Tun Yin. It seems to be quite powerful as well. He then added, "However, it's still not as powerful as my flaming lion." Little Tun Yin glanced at him and howled. It lay down beside Fengjiu and rested. It clearly didn't want to pay attention to him. Upon hearing his words, Fengjiu chuckled and didn't say anything. The gentle breeze lifted her hair. She closed her eyes comfortably and looked at the mountains and rivers, the blue sky, and white clouds. 2 days later, Fengjiu and Duan Yi arrived at another second-tier country and found a famous bustling town in this country. Ning City? Duan Yi looked at the two words above the city gate, then looked at Fengjiu beside him and asked doubtfully, "The second person you're looking for is in Ning City? What's so special about this person? Why do you have to come all the way here to find him? Is he your friend? Or your relative?" Fengjiu curled his lips and smiled. "Him? You know him too." Chapter 948. Yes, it's that money grubber. The smile on her lips deepened. Ning Lang, the only son of Ning City's city lord, was extremely stingy. Other than being a miser, his methods of earning money were also extraordinary. It was said that when he was 1 year old, he carried a gold abacus and 2 gold ingots. When he was 5, he already knew how to earn money. When he was 8, he was already helping his father behind the scenes. It could be said that Ning City's prosperity could not be separated from this money grubber Ning Lang. You want to ask that money grubber to go to the Hell Mountain Range? You don't have to think about it. He only cares about how to earn money all day long. He won't be interested in going to the Hell Mountain Range. Duan Yi waved his hand and said, he did not expect Fengjiu to come here to find that money grubber. How can that be? There are many valuable things in the Hell Mountain Range. As long as he's greedy, he won't reject our invitation. Her eyes moved slightly, flashing with a hint of smile. Seeing that he did not believe, Duan Yi did not say anything. You'll know when you see him. He's a person, how do I put it? He won't let go of any opportunity to earn money, but at the same time, he cherishes his life very much. As he said, he has to enjoy the money he earns, so he doesn't want to do dangerous things, lest he accidentally loses his life. It's too miserable to die, but have money to spend. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. He's an interesting person. Let's go. She walked forward, Tun Yun following beside her feet. Seeing this, Duan Yi's baby face showed some helplessness as he followed her inside. Since you want to find him, let's go directly to the city lord's mansion to pay him a visit. He might be at home. As Duan Yi spoke, he found someone to ask for directions, then went to the city lord's mansion with Fengjiu. Who is it? The guards of the city lord's mansion stopped the two of them and asked, I want to see your young city lord. Go in and inform him that Duan Yi is looking for him. Duan Yi, who had a baby face, stood with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a purple robe and had a natural noble aura. Seeing this, the guards looked at each other and said, wait a moment. Then, one of them quickly went in to pass the message. In the study of the city lord's mansion, a young man was counting on an abacus. At this moment, the voice of an attendant came from outside the door. Young master, there are 2 people outside. One of them is called Duan Yi and is looking for young master. Duan Yi, the young man who had his head buried in calculating, paused and raised his head in surprise. Why is he here? Young master, do you want to see them or let them go? The servant outside asked. Invite them to the front hall. I'll be there in a moment. Yes, the attendant replied and went out to report. Outside, Fengjiu and Duan Yi were invited into the city lord's mansion and brought to the front hall. The one leading the way was an old man. According to his self-introduction, he was the Ning family's housekeeper. Please have a cup of tea and some snacks. My young master will be here soon. The old man said with a smile. After asking someone to serve tea and snacks, he left and waited outside the hall. Fengjiu sized up the Ning mansion and couldn't help but click his tongue. From the inside to the outside, it's dazzling. No matter how you look at it, you can see the word rich. What a rich person. Chapter 949. The Ning family's wealth is comparable to that of a country. They're so rich that they're overflowing with oil. She was a little speechless. This was the first time she had seen someone decorate their home like this. The ground and walls reflected golden light and a kind of colorful light when the sun shone on them. If she guessed correctly, those should be gold and crystal stones. Otherwise, it would be impossible to emit such a light. Using gold and crystal stones to pave the ground and paint the walls as decoration, probably only the Ning family was willing to do so. The Ning family has a lot of money to begin with. It can almost be said that they control the economic lifeline of this second-class country. Otherwise, Ning City wouldn't be the most prosperous town in this country. As Duan Yi spoke, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea that entered his mouth emitted waves of spiritual power, which made him smile. Even I can't get half a kilogram of spiritual tea that's worth tens of thousands of gold coins. He can casually take it out to greet guests. He's really generous. Babyface, what brings you here today? You actually came to Ning City to look for me? What's the matter? A voice sounded. Feng Jiu and Duan Yi both looked up. They saw a 16 or 17-year-old boy walking towards them. He was wearing a dazzling golden silk robe. His hair was tied up with a golden crown, and a golden belt was wrapped around his waist. His entire body was shining with golden light. What made Feng Jiu stunned was that this boy was half a head shorter than her and Duan Yi. Moreover, he was white and chubby like a fat baby in a New Year's picture. There was a round golden collar around his neck. 9 of his 10 fingers were wearing rings, which were either gold or jade. Moreover, there were 2 bracelets on his wrists made of unknown materials. There was also a small and exquisite golden abacus on his waist. The corner of her mouth twitched. She was speechless. He couldn't wait to hang all the gold and other things on his body, right? He didn't feel that those things were heavy, but she felt that they were heavy for him. Moreover, Ning Lang's image really broke her expectations and fantasies. She thought that he would be an elegant young man, but who knew that he was a white and chubby little boy? Moreover, he was a fat little boy who liked money very much. Little fatty, I haven't seen you for a long time. I find that you've gained weight again. Your eyes are narrowed into a line. TSK, TSK. Your taste hasn't changed at all. I'm dazzled by the things on your body. Duan Yi looked at him and shook his head, speaking in a familiar tone. I told you not to call me Little Fatty. I have a name, Ning Lang. Little Fatty said. Who told you to call me Babyface? Then he said to Feng Jiu, have you seen this little fatty before? Feng Jiu shook his head. Looking at the white and chubby little boy in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. It's the first time I've seen him. He was vulgar, but he didn't have that kind of vulgar feeling. Perhaps it was because this little fatty was white and chubby and had a cute little chubby appearance. Even if his robe was luxurious with golden threads, his hair was tied up with a golden crown and a golden belt wrapped around his body, he still didn't give people a vulgar feeling. On the contrary, he had a kind of oppressive wealth on him. Chapter 950. Duan Yi opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Feng Jiu. Do you know the Hell Mountain Range? She looked at him and smiled. We want to invite you to go with us. Are you interested? Hell Mountain Range. Ning Lang looked at them and shook his head. He said directly, not interested. That place has a lot of natural treasures, spirit stones, and crystal cores. She looked at him and smiled. I only know that place is very dangerous. If I go in, I probably won't be able to come out. He waved his meaty hands and said, also, I'm very busy. I've been busy settling accounts recently. I don't have time to go out. It's said that a stock of aged spiritual medicine can be sold for a sky-high price. You really don't want to go? Other than those beast crystals, the Hell Mountain Range also produces all kinds of beautiful gemstones. Hearing this, Ning Lang's eyes moved. He glanced at Feng Jiu and hesitated. He shook his head. Even so, I'm not going. It's too dangerous. There's a spiritual stream in the Hell Mountain Range that produces gold pearls and black pearls in the lower stream. These 2 treasures can only be found in the spiritual stream of the Hell Mountain Range. There are no other places, not even the 8 great empires. Hearing about gold pearls and black pearls, Ning Lang couldn't help but gulp. A light appeared in his eyes. This time, he didn't reject directly. Instead, he lowered his head and played with his fingers. No one knew what he was thinking. Other than that, stop. I can't take it anymore. You know that I like things related to money the most. Why do you keep talking about it? Ning Lang interrupted Feng Jiu. He rubbed his face with both hands and asked, just tell me directly. Why do you want me to go? I'm not strong, and I can't do anything even if I go. At most, I'll go wherever there are treasures. What's more, I won't give you what I find. Why do you want me to go? This won't benefit you, right? As he spoke, he shook his head. No, it's not good for either side. Because our strength isn't strong, we might be dragged away by beasts before we can enter. Or we might encounter robbers inside and have our treasure stolen. Or we might even die without even touching the treasures. The more I think about it, the more it's not worth it. Feng Jiu curled his lips into a smile. How can there be money without risk? If you want to get something, you have to pay a price. Let me ask you, are you going or not? I have to think about it and discuss it with my father. How can I go just like that? As he spoke, he scratched his head and said, How about this? You can stay at my house tonight, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow. All right. She nodded her head. In her heart, she had already made up her mind. If he agreed to go, then that would be the best. But if he did not agree, she would directly tie him up and take him away. In any case, she would just throw him in there to gain experience for a year, regardless of whether his cultivation would advance or not. After a year, she would just return him to the 2-star academy. Duan Yi, who was at the side, didn't say anything. He just sat there eating snacks and drinking tea while listening to the two of them talk. Chapter 9:51. Thus, he personally brought them to the backyard to settle them down and let them rest for a while. He then turned and left. When he returned to the front, he rubbed his head and thought about the young man in red. Feng Jiu? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? He muttered as he turned and walked back. After instructing people to prepare for the banquet, he returned to the main courtyard. Father! He peeked his head out of the courtyard and walked in, asking, Is my father in the courtyard? The mayor and madam have gone out and haven't returned yet. The guard in the courtyard replied, Oh, I see. He thought for a moment, then said, When they're back, get someone to inform me. After giving his instructions, he returned to his room. When he returned to his room, he took out the golden abacus and continued to calculate the unfinished accounts. His chubby fingers were unbelievably nimble when it came to calculating the abacus. However, after about an hour, he suddenly paused. I remember now. Young master, what's wrong? Young master, what's wrong? When the servant outside heard the shriek from inside, he couldn't help but ask worriedly. However, he didn't dare to open the door without his instructions. It's nothing. As Ninglang spoke, he ignored the servant outside and flipped through the study table behind him. Not long after, he found a portrait. When his gaze landed on the portrait, his small eyes slowly widened. So, it's him. I was thinking that he looked familiar. So I've seen him before. It's him. The person in the portrait was dressed in red and had a handsome face. The wanton expression between his brows and the expression in his eyes were extremely realistic. It was undoubtedly Feng Jiu. The ghost doctor. It's actually the ghost doctor. A bottle of his medicine can be sold for a sky-high price. And that beauty pill is even more priceless. It's said that the one and only pill was bought by a member of the royal family of a first-tier country during the first auction. But why did this guy come to my house? And he wants to bring me to the Hell Mountain Range? There are so many people out there, but why me? He held the portrait and muttered to himself. His small eyes darted around. He had the mind of a businessman. Thus, in the face of benefits, what he thought the most was why. Why would someone like the ghost doctor come to his house? Why didn't he look for anyone else? Why did he have to go to the Hell Mountain Range? He sat quietly in the room for an hour until the attendant outside reported that his parents had returned. Thus, he put the portrait into his bosom before opening the door and walking out. Because he was a businessman, he had the latest news from all sides, especially the most profitable news. It was a pity that he couldn't get the ghost doctor's medicine, because it had always been auctioned off in the black market. Even if others wanted to, they didn't have the chance. Ever since the portrait of the ghost doctor had spread among the various major powers and the royal family, many people had been secretly paying attention to it. Who would have thought that it would actually run to his home in Ning City? Thinking of this, his heart was faintly excited. If his parents knew about this, they would definitely be very shocked. Let's tell them this news first before making a decision. As for the front hall, the city lord was slightly surprised when he heard the butler say that there was a guest in the house. Oh, was he here to look for Lang? This child only knew how to earn money all day long. He didn't even go back to the academy, but he actually had friends who came to look for him? Interesting. Chapter 9:52. The beautiful woman sitting next to the city lord smiled and said, Pass down the order. We have to entertain the young master's 2 friends tonight. Tell the kitchen to hurry up and prepare. Madam, the young master has already given the order. The kitchen is already preparing. The housekeeper said with a smile. That's good. The beautiful woman nodded and looked at the city lord beside her. Go and call Anger over. The city lord motioned. Yes, the housekeeper replied. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he saw his young master coming over from not far away. He hurriedly turned back and said, Master, madam, the young master is here. Father, mother. Seeing their chubby son running over, the city lord and madam looked at each other and smiled. Looking at the chubby figure running over, their faces were full of doting love. Slow down, slow down. You're already so big and you still need to run. If the servants see you, they'll laugh at you. The city lord's wife said with a smile, shaking her head helplessly. Mother. He came to his mother's side and reached out to hold her hand. Father, mother, let me tell you just now. I know. When we came in, the housekeeper told us that you have 2 friends coming to see you, right? Father and mother both know. The city lord's wife smiled and interrupted him. She patted his chubby hand and said, Son, it's not easy to have friends come and find you. Don't just focus on earning money. Play with your 2 friends and take them around the city. You have to be a good host and build a good relationship with your friends. The city lord nodded. That's right. Listen to father and mother and go out more often. Don't stay in the city all day. If you really don't want to go out more, go back to the academy. You should have many friends there, right? You haven't gone back for so long. They must miss you very much. Seeing that his parents wanted to encourage him to return to the academy whenever they had the chance, he couldn't help but dig his ears and say, Father, mother, don't keep bringing this up. My ears are getting calluses from hearing it so much. He had originally planned to tell them about Fengjiu's identity, but seeing the 2 of them like this, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Rolling his eyes, he smiled with a pair of sparkling eyes and said, Father, mother, I remember that there are still some things that I haven't dealt with yet. I have to go back first. That's right. Don't be unable to find me tonight. When the sun sets, I have to entertain guests. I know. Aren't they your 2 friends? Father and mother also want to meet them. City Lord Ning said with a smile. Looking at his sneaky son's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although it's not very good to say that my son is sneaky, but looking at him like this, no one knows him better than his father. I guess he's planning something again. You'll see them tonight. They're resting now. I'll leave first. I have to deal with some matters. As Ning Lang said this, he waved his hand and didn't give them a chance to speak. He turned around and trotted out. Returning to his courtyard, he went straight to his study. After busying himself for about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he called out 4 shadow guards and handed them something. Here are 8 invitations. Take them to the several families and forces in the city. Tell them that 1 invitation is worth 100,000 gold coins. Yes, the 4 shadow guards respectfully responded and quickly left. Chapter 9:53. Therefore, in the large Ning city, on this day, a few of the more prominent forces in the city received the invitation sent by Ning City's young city lord, Ning Lang. To be precise, it wasn't a gift but a sale. A single invitation, an invitation to enter the city lord's manor to attend a banquet, was worth 100,000 gold. When they heard this unbelievably high price, even the leaders of those forces were shocked, thinking that he had gone mad from thinking about money. Why would they spend 100,000 gold to attend his family's banquet for no reason? However, when everyone heard the secret guard's words and took a look at the invitation, their expressions changed slightly. Their eyes filled with disbelief. The ghost doctor? It's actually the ghost doctor? The ghost doctor is in the city lord's manor now? Everyone was stunned, but more were pleasantly surprised. Especially before they could make a decision, their wives had rushed over after hearing the news, asking their husbands to pay 100,000 gold to attend the banquet tonight because they wanted to buy the beauty-nourishing pill from the ghost doctor. Heaven knows that the beauty-nourishing pill caused a sensation when it came out. To women who didn't want to be beautiful enough to retain their man's gaze and love. Especially in those families with many wives and concubines, the charm of a single beauty-nourishing pill was irresistible because it didn't just make them younger and prettier, it was a pill that could change their life. This ghost doctor is really in the city lord's manor? A family head asked in disbelief. People from all the countries were looking for the ghost doctor's whereabouts. But he had come to their place? Was this real? Why would he stay in the city lord's manor? Could it be that the ghost doctor and the city lord were old acquaintances? I'm only following orders. I don't know anything else. However, my master said that he would never swindle people when doing business. This 100,000 gold is only the prerequisite for everyone to attend the banquet tonight. He's providing everyone with a chance to get close to each other. As for whether the ghost doctor will accept everyone's request, that has nothing to do with my master. Hearing this, the family head hesitated, but still ordered someone to take the secret guard away and gave him 100,000 gold in exchange for the invitation. After the secret guard left, the family head called for someone to go out and inquire about the news, until they heard that a few other powerful families had also bought the invitation to the banquet. Their expressions changed slightly, and there was a trace of excitement in their hearts. For everyone to spend 100,000 gold coins to buy it, this ghost doctor should be real. When they thought of the ghost doctor's miraculous medical skills, as well as those medicines and pills, their hearts started to beat wildly. The ghost doctor's medicines and pills were all priceless. If they could get 1 or 2 bottles, thinking of this, the patriarch swallowed his saliva and hurriedly ordered people to make preparations. They would head to the city lord's mansion in the evening. As for Fengjiu, who was cultivating in the city lord's mansion, she would never have thought that the little fat boy would be so greedy. He dared to sell her information on their first meeting and even attracted people from various forces in the city. If she knew about the trouble he had caused, she would definitely give him a good beating so that he would remember. As time passed, the sun set in the west. Before the sky was completely dark, the few sovereigns holding the invitation cards came to the city lord's mansion one after another. After showing the cards, a few servants waiting inside personally welcomed them in. Chapter 954. There was still some time before the banquet, so she decided to take a stroll around the city lord's manor. Flicking her red robes, she strode out. Everywhere she went, she saw luxurious houses and groups of servants. Everywhere she went, she could feel the hidden aura of a large family. Every distance she walked out of the courtyard, she could feel the aura hidden in the shadows. After walking around, she happened to come to the side of a rock garden. She sat down on a rock beside the pond and saw that the servants in the manor seemed to be busy walking back and forth. "Master," the Ning family's young master said that the ghost doctor is here. It should be true, right? When I came in, I asked the servants in the manor, but none of them knew. A woman's voice came from behind the rock garden. Her words made Fengjiu raise his eyebrows. How can it be false? An invitation to the banquet costs 100,000 gold. If it's not true, would he dare to accept this money? The man's voice was low and steady. I don't really want to ask for pills and medicine. I just want to ask the ghost doctor to treat our Hong-er's illness. This is a rare opportunity, so I have to give it a try no matter what. That's right. This ghost doctor comes and goes like a ghost. It's rare for us to know that he's come to Ning City. No matter what, we have to invite him to our house. The two chatted as they walked, their voices gradually fading away. Standing by the pond, Fengjiu blinked his eyes in shock. An invitation cost 100,000 gold? Were they going to rob money? Ning Lang, this little fatty, she shook her head and sighed softly. Sure enough, these brats were not easy to manipulate. Each of them had more tricks up their sleeves than she did. While she was thinking of how to take him away, he already knew that she was the ghost doctor. This banquet was said to be a welcoming banquet, so he could take the opportunity to make a fortune. This little fatty, it was no wonder he was called a miser. Thinking of that white and fat little fatty, full of wealth, calling out a name that was as elegant as beautiful jade, she couldn't help but smile. Ning Lang was a homonym for Lin Lang, which meant precious and beautiful jade treasures. It could be seen that the city lord couple had high expectations and love for their son, and the little fatty didn't seem to disappoint them. He wasn't as graceful as other youths, but he was also fair and plump, full of wealth and wealth. Perhaps, for parents, seeing their children grow up safely and being fair and tender was enough to satisfy them. Forget it. After being tricked once, I'll find another chance to get back at you. She chuckled and turned around to walk back. She returned to the courtyard and sat for a while. Not long after, Duan Yi opened the door from the other room and walked out. "I think I heard you go out?" He rubbed his shoulders and yawned as he looked at Fengjiu, who was sitting in the courtyard. After a good night's sleep, he felt comfortable all over. It was one thing for him to be able to stay in a homestay, but if he didn't, he would have to make do with the night in the mountains and forests. He didn't have much rest. "Yes, I went out for a walk." She tapped her fingers on the table, her gaze deep in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, Duan Yi walked over and sat down beside Fengjiu. "If this little fatty doesn't come with us, what do you plan to do?" Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Then what do you think I should do?" Chapter 955. Fengjiu smiled and didn't say anything. If it weren't for her identity as a teacher, she wouldn't have specially brought them along. As for going to the Hell Mountain Range, she didn't plan to go. But on the way, she felt that it was better to go to the Hell Mountain Range than to bring them back to the academy to teach. "You're awake? I was just wondering if you were still asleep." Ning Lang, the chubby boy, walked in. A 16-year-old youth who wasn't tall, his appearance was quite likable. However, this likable little fatty was someone who was good at scheming. He looked at the two of them, and finally his gaze fell on Fengjiu. He smiled with his small eyes and asked, "Fengjiu, are you comfortable living here? Are you not used to it? Do you need me to help you change to another courtyard?" "No need, this place is quite good." She stood up and flicked her robe. "Then, let's go to the front. The banquet in front is already prepared, and my parents are already there," he said with a smile, gesturing for the two to follow him. Let's go. I'm already hungry," Duan Yi said and walked out first. Fengjiu, who was behind him, glanced at Ning Lang with a smile and followed him out to the front courtyard. "Front courtyard? Why haven't we seen anyone yet?" "Yeah, we haven't seen anyone yet. Is this real or fake?" "That's right. Didn't they say that he's here?" The city lord's wife, who was sitting on a main seat, heard the people sitting on both sides whispering, as if they hadn't seen anyone yet, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Everyone, are you saying that my son hasn't arrived yet?" He went to invite his two friends and should be back soon," the city lord said with a smile, but he was puzzled. He heard his son say that tonight's banquet was for his two friends, but why did he invite the rulers of all the major forces in Ning City? Moreover, none of them were absent, and some even brought their wives along. It was really strange. When the people sitting on both sides heard this, they couldn't help but smile. One of them asked, "City Lord, I heard that the ghost doctor came to your residence. Is it true?" Hearing this, the city lord was stunned. "The ghost doctor? Where did this news come from? Why didn't I know?" He really didn't know. When did the ghost doctor come from their city lord's residence? The ghost doctor's reputation had spread recently, and everyone wanted to see her, but they didn't know where to find her. How could she appear in their city lord's residence? Moreover, if she's really in his home, he wouldn't know. "City lord, you don't know? Don't joke around. Tonight, it was your son who invited us." "Oh no." That person shook his head and said with a smile, "Although it was an invitation, it wasn't. They had spent 100,000 gold to buy this invitation." The city lord was confused. He glanced at his wife beside him and saw her shaking her head, indicating that she didn't know. He couldn't help but look at the people sitting around him. He asked hesitantly, "What's going on?" Teet. Chapter 956. Hearing this, the city lord furrowed his brows in astonishment and his expression darkened. If this was true, then one of the two youths who came today must be the ghost doctor. Other than that, there were no other guests in the city lord's manor. However, if one of them really was the ghost doctor, then Lang had leaked the news and invited them to the banquet at the price of 100,000 gold each. This method was inappropriate. Just as he was about to ask the madam to find out what was going on, he saw the housekeeper walking towards them with a smile on his face. "Master, madam, the young master and his two friends are here." Hearing this, everyone quickly turned to look. They saw that among the three youths, the one leading the way was the city lord's son, Ning Lang. His chubby figure could be recognized at a glance. As for the two youths behind him, one was dressed in luxurious purple robes and had an imposing air of nobility, while the other was dressed in red robes and had a wanton and ostentatious air. Their gazes instinctively fell on the red-robed youth. When they saw that handsome yet somewhat devilish face, their eyes lit up and they all stood up. The ghost doctor. It really is the ghost doctor. Not bad, not bad. I also have a portrait of the ghost doctor. The real person is even more handsome and dazzling than the portrait. I didn't expect this. The ghost doctor is actually a youth. I always thought that he would be an old man or a middle-aged man. I didn't expect him to be so young. Ghost doctor, I'm out in a moment. One by one, they rushed forward and surrounded Fengjiu. Their words were filled with excitement, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Surrounding Fengjiu, some people asked for medicine, some asked for pills, and some asked for treatment. It could be said that this person said one sentence after another, not giving Fengjiu a chance to speak or time to react. Duan Yi, who had been pushed aside, frowned and glanced at the smiling Ning Lang, asking, "Fatty, what ghost doctor? Is this your doing?" He, Duan Yi, don't you know? He's the ghost doctor. Recently, it's been spread all over the big countries that one of his medicines can help people advance, and one pill can restore a person's youthful appearance. His medical skills are superb, and it's said that he's a ghost doctor who can snatch people from the king of hell. Thus, he's called the ghost doctor. Him? That's impossible, right? Duan Yi was slightly startled as he stared at Fengjiu. Although he was surrounded by a crowd, his expression did not change. There was even a faint smile on his handsome face. However, the gaze that he inadvertently glanced at him made him feel strange. Therefore, he elbowed Ning Lang, who was beside him. "Fatty, did you offend him? Why did I see him looking at you with such a strange gaze?" I'm telling you, after saying that, he didn't say anything else. The scene of Fengjiu killing people flashed before his eyes, and he felt a little apprehensive. Looking at him, who usually seemed harmless, he felt that compared to him, he was more dangerous and unfathomable. This fatty better not offend him. Otherwise, he was sure that even if he didn't die, he would make him lose a few pounds of fat. I'll just... Ning Lang was about to speak when he was stopped. "Langer, come over here." The city lord glared at his chubby son with a dark face, anger surging in his heart. Chapter 9:57. Ning Lang walked over and asked excitedly, "Father, are you surprised?" "Surprised? Oof. If you're surprised, there's no surprise." City Lord Ning's face darkened as he snorted heavily and asked angrily, "The ghost doctor came to our house. Since you recognized her, why didn't you tell me? You even used 100,000 gold per invitation to invite people from various families. You're such a bastard. What does it matter? I only pulled the strings so that they could see the ghost doctor. Besides, look, they've all surrounded him. If he were to take out the medicine to sell, it would be a considerable sum of money. I've even helped him." Hearing this, City Lord Ning shook his head helplessly. "Son, not everyone thinks the same way as you. Do you think that just because his medicine can be sold at a sky-high price, he has to quickly refine more medicine to sell? No, to him, he doesn't have to sell the medicine. In this world, not everything can be bought with money." He lectured in a serious tone and gestured for him to look at the surrounded red-clothed youth. People who want to buy his medicine will buy it no matter what, whether it's at a sky-high price or through bartering. As long as they feel that it's worth it, they will spend the money. His medicine won't be sold as long as it's not enough. Your actions and actions today, you didn't ask for his opinion, did you? But I also brought him a chance to earn money. Isn't he happy that he can earn money? Do you think that refining medicine is so easy? Just by thinking about it? Nothing is easy. Refining medicine and pills are even more so. Otherwise, this world wouldn't value alchemists and medicine so much. Ning Lang moved his mouth, but didn't say anything. He was originally very smart. When his father said this, he understood. Therefore, he seemed to know that his actions today were too much. They came all the way here to see you. They must value you as a friend. Tell me, what kind of bastard things have you done? Now that it's like this, how do you think we should end this? He scratched his head and lowered it, not knowing what to do. On the other side, Fengjiu smiled distantly and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry." She walked out from the crowd and looked at Ning Lang. "Didn't you say you would treat us to a big meal tonight? Well, how about this? I'll treat you guys to a meal. he suggested, intending to apologize to him after they went out. No need, just eat here. However, it's time to serve the dishes. Duan Yi just said that he was hungry. She said with a smile, looked at City Lord Ning and his wife, and cupped her hands in greeting. City Lord's wife. Ghost Doctor need not be so courteous. Please take a seat. The City Lord said, hurriedly inviting him to take a seat. My name is Fengjiu. City Lord can just call me Fengjiu. She and Duan Yi sat down together. Seeing this, the others also sat down. Steward, tell them to serve the dishes. Go to the wine cellar and take out my precious jar of spirit wine. The City Lord ordered. Yes. The butler hurriedly turned around and left. Everyone, this is all my son's fault. I will punish myself with 3 cups of wine and apologize to everyone. Chapter 958. Fengjiu glanced at Ninglang and chuckled. It's all right, this isn't much. Anyway, she planned to wait until she threw him into the Hell Mountain range to temper his temper. When they reached that place, she wouldn't have to worry about not having a chance to teach him a lesson. When everyone saw this, they were secretly surprised. It seemed that this young Master Ning was secretly making 100,000 gold taels without anyone's knowledge. When they saw that the situation wasn't quite right, they didn't ask for any more pills or medicine. After the servants served the food and wine, the City Lord looked at Fengjiu and Duan Yi and said with a smile, the 2 of you aren't from here, so we'll serve you with local ingredients today. He pointed at a plate in front of him with 2 king crabs on it. These are the king crabs unique to the Snow Sea. You can't eat them anywhere else. Unlike other places, the king crabs in the Snow Sea can be caught all year round. The crab roe is plump all year round. It can be said to be the best delicacy here. Please have a taste. Fengjiu saw these king crabs earlier. These things weren't common in the Phoenix Dynasty. Even if they were, they wouldn't be this big. For someone like her who loved good food, she only wanted to eat after seeing such delicious king crabs. Then we won't stand on ceremony. As she spoke, she didn't look at anyone else. She picked up a small pair of scissors and cut off the crab's leg first, then opened the crab's lid. When the others saw him eating the crab skillfully, they couldn't help but be secretly surprised. These king crabs were only available here. Could it be that he had eaten them elsewhere? Looking at his technique, he wasn't unfamiliar at all. On the other hand, the baby-faced youth in purple stared at the king crab in front of him, but didn't know where to start. In the end, he directly asked the servant girl behind him to serve him the meal. The City Lord ordered the steward to bring the spirit wine and let him fill everyone's cups. They chatted while eating. Everyone was tactful and knew that they shouldn't talk about other things during a meal. Therefore, they only talked about some romantic things. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the things on the table were cleaned up and the spirit wine was poured for them again. Even though it was already late, no one wanted to leave. Instead, they were hesitating about what to say. Compared to the others, one of the husband and wife looked at each other and then stood up, cupping their hands and greeting towards Fengjiu. Ghost Doctor, I am the head of the He family in the city, and this is my wife. Tonight, because we know that the Ghost Doctor's medical skills are superb and you have the ability to bring people back to life, we wish to ask the Ghost Doctor to save my son. As long as the Ghost Doctor is willing to save him, this he will remember the Ghost Doctor's great kindness. If there is anything this He family needs this He family's help in the future, this He family will not hesitate to die 10,000 times. Young Master Feng, please save my son. That madam, he wiped away her tears, her face full of grief. We know that young Master Feng won't easily save people, but please understand the feelings of a mother. We really have no other way. The others looked at Fengjiu, their thoughts stirring. They knew about the He family's son. He was a rather outstanding youth, but it was said that he had some kind of bone-eroding wind poison. Both his legs were useless. They invited many doctors, even pharmacists and alchemists, but they all said that there was no way to save him. If he wanted to live, they could only chop off his 2 legs. Chapter 959. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on Fengjiu, Duan Yi, who was sitting to the side, looked at him in surprise and asked, Are you really the Ghost Doctor? Are your medical skills very powerful? Along the way, he had only seen him kill people quickly. He didn't know that he could save people. The ghost doctor? He had heard of this person before and was said to be a very powerful person. However, what was powerful was not his skills, but his medicine and pills. A concubine of a first-class country had eaten one of his pills to regain favor. This matter had caused a great uproar in the kingdom of Qing, and everyone was clamoring for the ghost doctor's face-nourishing pill. And it seemed that his father had also sent people out to find the ghost doctor's whereabouts. Thinking of the description of the ghost doctor in the rumors, he couldn't help but glance sideways at the handsome young man in red beside him. If they hadn't mentioned him, he wouldn't have thought of him. Now that they had mentioned it, there really were some similarities. Feng Jiu glanced at Duan Yi beside him and didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at the he couple and said, "What illness does your son have? What did the doctors in the past say?" Hearing this, the couple couldn't help but be surprised and hurriedly said, "We invited many doctors to examine our home. They all said the same thing. They said it was bone-eroding wind poison. We don't know where it came from. We only know that the doctors said it was necrosis of the bones. Because it has been a long time, the situation is getting worse. 2 days ago, a doctor came to see him and said that if he wanted to live, he had to cut off his legs. But my son refused." Speaking of this, Madam, he wiped away her tears and said, "He is still young. If he loses his legs, what will he do? We heard that the ghost doctor's medical skills are amazing, so we sent people to ask around for information about the ghost doctor. Who would have thought that we would hear from the young master of the Ning family that the ghost doctor was in the manor? So we came to ask the ghost doctor to save my son." "Bone-eroding wind poison?" Feng Jiu whispered. "This isn't as simple as necrosis of the bones. Bone-eroding wind poison corrodes the bones, and fire poison attacks the organs. There is no saving the person. Ghost doctor, you must have a way, right? You have to save my son. Please save my son. I can pay any price, even if you want my life." Patriarchy begged. As parents, they were willing to give up everything for their children, even if it meant their lives. "What's the point of him taking your life? Let me tell you, he likes women, especially extremely beautiful ones. You might as well give him a beauty than anything else." Duan Ye's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was stunned and looked at Feng Jiu with strange expressions. The ghost doctor likes beauties? Really? If that was the case, it would be easy. As a result, they were all thinking in their hearts which of their daughters had reached the right age, or which of the women their families had raised to serve others with their looks were suitable. Hearing Duan Ye's unexpected words, Feng Jiu glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense. This baby face, what did he say that she liked beauties the most? She was a woman. Why would she like a woman? What's more, how could he tell that she liked women?" Chapter 960. Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched. That is pure admiration. When a man looks at a woman, it is not pure admiration. It is all colored admiration. Duan Yi had an "I knew it" expression. He did not believe Feng Jiu's words at all. Feng Jiu could not be bothered to say more to him. She looked towards the he couple and said, "How about this? I will go to your residence tomorrow morning to take a look. The situation will depend on the illness." Originally, she planned to wait for Ning Lang's answer tomorrow. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, she was going to take him away. However, meeting this person who was seeking medical treatment, just like what Madam he said, all parents in the world have the heart. Seeing their own son suffering, the pain of being unable to save him at any time, was even more unacceptable than taking their own lives. Although she was a cold-hearted person, she was also a sentimental person. She protected the people she valued and did not wish for the people she cherished to be hurt. Towards those who wanted to kill her and take her life, she could also be cold and merciless. But towards this kind of selfless and unconditional relationship between parents and children, she could not ignore it. It was one thing if she did not meet it, but now that she met it and they came begging, she would help if she could. Anyway, this kind of thing to her was just a matter of using her hands, but to others, it was a chance to live. Hearing this, the he couple was extremely emotional and hurriedly thanked. "Thank you, Ghost Doctor. Thank you, Ghost Doctor. We will immediately go back and tell this news to our son. Tomorrow we will definitely bring Ghost Doctor to our house." Both of them were extremely emotional. After thanking her profusely, they went back home, intending to tell this news to their son. The others watched the two of them leave. Someone opened his mouth and said, "Ghost Doctor, we..." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Everyone, please go back. No matter if it is medicine or elixirs, I have not refined them recently and have nothing to sell to you. Furthermore, my elixirs and medicines will only be auctioned and will not be sold privately." Fengjiu stood up, patted her robes, and said to the city lord and his wife, "It is already late. I will go back and rest first." As she said that, she cupped her hands and bowed, then turned around and left. Duan Yi also stood up when he saw this. He walked to Ninglang's side and put his hand on his shoulder. "Little fatty, let's go. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good chat tonight." As he spoke, he directly pulled her away without caring about the consequences. Seeing this, the city lord and his wife exchanged a glance. Then, the city lord said to the others, "Everyone, I, Ning, will return the 100,000 gold coins my son received from all of you." He truly lacked consideration and was too disrespectful. "I, Ning, apologize to all of you again. I hope that everyone will forgive my son and not bicker with him. City Lord Ning's words are too serious. There is no need to return the 100,000 gold coins. Tonight, I can see the ghost doctor. Even if I can't get the medicine, this money is still worth it." As one of them spoke, he stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. He smiled and said, "I'll take my leave first. I'll visit again another day." "That's right. There's no need to return this 100,000 gold. It's not a lot of money, so let's leave it at that. We'll take our leave as well." The others also stood up and said with a smile. Chapter 961. As a result, everyone took their leave one after another. The city lord personally sent them out, and only after the guests had all left did he return inside and say to his wife, "I never thought that Langer would do such a thing after recognizing the ghost doctor's identity. Say, do you think this matter will really be let go? Lang should not have known the ghost doctor at first. I think the ghost doctor should be young Master Duan's friend. That's why they came here together." As the city lord's wife said that, she thought for a moment and said, "Let them settle this matter themselves. We cannot interfere too much in their matters." And that's true. The city lord nodded and returned to the courtyard with his wife without saying anything else. On the other side, Duan Yi hugged Ninglang and asked, "Little fatty, you really cheated those people of 100,000 gold each? Also, how did you recognize Fengjiu as the ghost doctor? You didn't even tell me that you recognized him? You're not a good friend." Ninglang scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "You also know that I like money. Once there's an opportunity to earn money, I won't let it go." So, he looked at the tightly shut door and asked hesitantly, "Do you think it's better if I go in and apologize?" "Apologize? Ha!" Duan Yi laughed softly and patted him on the shoulder. Selling Fengjiu isn't something that can be settled with just an apology. Hurry up and go back to sleep. Isn't he still waiting for your answer? Think about it and tell him. I think it will be more useful than your apology." Hearing this, Ninglang frowned and nodded. "I understand. I will go back and think about it." As he said that, he wanted to turn around and leave. However, he still walked to the tightly shut door. "Fengjiu, I'm sorry. I went overboard tonight. I'm sorry. You must forgive me." As he said that, he did not hear any movement inside. Thus, he turned around and left. He returned to his courtyard and thought about whether he should go to the Hell Mountain Range. Initially, he had only promised to give the answer the next day to stall for time. He had wanted to keep the other party around so that he could earn some money. However, he had never expected things to turn out like this. He really shouldn't have done that. At that time, he had only thought of getting someone to send out those posts for 100,000 gold coins. He hadn't thought of the final outcome. Duan Yi watched Ninglang leave with his head lowered. After a long while, he knocked on Fengjiu's door and shouted, "Fengjiu, you still haven't told me how you became the ghost doctor?" However, there was still no sound from inside. Seeing this, he pushed the door, but found that it was locked. He had no choice but to give up. "I'm going to the He family tomorrow. Don't disturb me. Go back and rest." Fengjiu's voice came from inside. He still did not open the door. "When you go to the He family tomorrow, remember to call me along. I'll go take a look too," he instructed before turning around and returning to his room. That night, for some people, they would not be able to sleep. However, for Feng Jiu and Duan Yi, once they rested, they fell into a deep sleep under the influence of alcohol. The next morning, the warm sunlight shone on the ground. The gentle light shone through the leaves and cast a shadow on the ground. A cool breeze blew, and the leaves swayed from the branches and fell to the ground in the courtyard. Chapter 962. At the same time, the He family head who had arrived early did not dare disturb him. He could only wait outside for him to wake up. After another hour, Feng Jiu finally woke up. He remembered that he had to go to the He family to treat the He family's young master, so he got up to wash up. Not long after, he went out of the courtyard and called for Duan Yi to bring some breakfast over. He ate while waiting for Duan Yi. After another hour, the two of them finished eating and went to the front yard. They saw the He family head quickly greet them. "Ghost doctor. Sorry, I woke up late," she said apologetically. No, I came early," the He family head quickly said. Looking at the red-clothed youth in front of him, he respectfully said, "Ghost doctor, the carriage is ready. Ghost doctor and Duke Duan, please get on the carriage." Feng Jiu nodded and walked out with him. The two of them got on a luxurious carriage. The He family head personally rode in front to lead the way. Some people who didn't know saw this scene and were surprised. They secretly asked around. About an hour later, they arrived at the He manor. Madam He had already brought people to wait outside. When she saw them arrive, she quickly went to greet them. After bowing, she invited them in. "Ghost doctor, this is my Honger's courtyard. Because his legs are inconvenient and he can't get out of bed, he couldn't come out to greet you. I hope the ghost doctor won't take offense." The He family head said, "I won't." Feng Jiu shook his head and walked in. Once inside, the smell of medicine entered her nose. The entire air was filled with an aura of death. She didn't need to look to know that this person was sick to the point of death. "Open the windows and doors for ventilation," she indicated. Hearing this, Madam He quickly had people open the windows and doors. She walked with Feng Jiu to the side of the bed. "Hong, this is the ghost doctor, young Master Feng. Quickly greet young Master Feng." "Greetings to young Master Feng. I can't get out of bed to greet you. I hope young Master Feng won't take offense." Feng Jiu's gaze fell on the man lying on the bed. The man was around 25 years old. His face was thin and pale. When he spoke, his voice was weak. In contrast to his pale face, his lips were red like fire. Seeing this, she nodded her head. "Let me see your legs." Hearing this, the He family head walked forward and lifted the blanket on his son. The person under the blanket was only wearing a pair of short underwear. His two legs were shockingly swollen, and his skin was dark with a tinge of red. Seeing this, Feng Jiu frowned slightly. She took a step forward and reached out to feel the temperature of his legs. Sure enough, it was as hot as fire. She frowned and looked at his legs. After a moment of thought, she said, "Lift up his shirt." Okay. The He family head hurriedly responded. He lifted his son's shirt and looked at Feng Jiu. He didn't dare disturb him. Even though he was anxious, he could only watch silently. Feng Jiu glanced at his abdomen and pressed down again. When she saw the man's pained expression, she withdrew her hand and said, "The fire poison is already attacking upwards." At this time, the fire poison in his internal organs has already spread. If he is not treated within 3 days, he will undoubtedly die. Madam He heard this, and her legs went soft as she cried and begged. "I beg the ghost doctor to save my son. I beg the ghost doctor. I only have this one son." Chapter 963. Hearing this, family head He's heart was filled with joy as he hurriedly replied, Good. What medicine does the ghost doctor need? I'll immediately send someone to bring it over." He then walked out with him. Duan Yi, who was following behind, glanced at the person on the bed and thought to himself, how can he be cured when he's this sick? He really has some skills. Did you hear that? The ghost doctor said that nothing will happen. He said that nothing will happen. Madam He wiped her tears and stayed in the room to accompany her son. At the same time, she shed tears of joy because of Feng Jiu's words. Hong revealed a weak smile. "Mother, don't cry." He knew his own situation and knew that he wouldn't be able to live. As for this ghost doctor that his parents had invited, he had never heard of him before. He only believed 30% of his words. especially when he was still so young. How could he completely believe the words of a teenager? Even so, he knew that his parents were worried and could only cooperate. He was neither sad nor happy because he had already prepared for the worst, which was death. Even if the end result was death, he didn't care. However, his heart was still worried about his parents, and he couldn't let go of them. He was the only son they had left. Thinking of this, the tears in the corners of his eyes couldn't help but flow out. They dripped onto the pillow and disappeared without a trace. Fengjiu first prescribed a medicine for him and had them boil it. He also had him buy the medicine according to the prescription. Family head, he didn't dare delay and quickly ordered his trusted aide to boil the medicine. He picked the medicine that the manor had and personally went out to buy the medicine that they didn't have. Duan Yi had been following by Fengjiu's side the entire time. Seeing that she had been busy for half a day, he sat down at the table and asked, "Are you sure you can cure him? I don't think it's easy to cure him. I've treated the bone-eroding wind poison before, so it can be cured. However, it took too long for him to fully recover, so it's impossible for him to fully recover in a short period of time. However, after using the medicine, his life can be saved. As for the fire poison in his body and the damage to his body, he can slowly recuperate." She poured a cup of tea and drank it as she explained to him. Hearing this, Duan Yi supported his baby face with one hand and looked at him in confusion. "You really came from a 7th-ranked country?" Fengjiu softly laughed. "What? You don't believe me?" He nodded his head. "How could a small 7th-ranked country have someone like you?" He only softly laughed and didn't say anything else. Thus, he didn't ask anymore. After an hour, Patriarch, he walked in quickly with sweat all over his forehead. Ghost Doctor, I've found all the herbs. Find me a quiet courtyard. I will concoct some medicine for you." She stood up and said. Even Duan Yi was outside. With. This is a pill. 1 pill a day is enough. You'll be fine after you finish this pill. Telling him, this. Just finish it. She looked at the sky and asked, "After a few hours, your son should have a reaction after drinking the medicine, right?" Chapter 964. This is normal. He has fire poison in his body, so this is the only way to expel it. All right, it's getting late. I have to go. As she spoke, she glanced at Duan Yi at the side. Duan Yi stood up and walked to her side. Hearing that she was about to leave, Patriarchy hurriedly said, "Ghost Doctor, please wait a moment." As he spoke, he gave an order in a low voice. Not long after, the housekeeper hurriedly brought something over. "Ghost Doctor, this is a treasure that I obtained by chance. It's just a token of my respect. I ask the Ghost Doctor to accept it." Fengjiu originally wanted to say no, but when her gaze fell on the red cloth on the tray, her brows slightly moved, asking, "What is this?" "This is the red sky silk, an ancient treasure that my ancestors obtained by chance. It has always been kept in my He family." Patriarchy said, looking at Fengjiu, saying, "The Ghost Doctor saved my son, and I have no way to repay you. Knowing that the Ghost Doctor likes red clothes, I thought of this treasure in my house. Today, I present it to the Ghost Doctor. I hope the Ghost Doctor will accept it." Fengjiu's eyes moved, reaching out her hand to take it. Of course she knew about this red sky silk. It was a legendary treasure in the modern era. She never thought that there would be such a thing in the air. Mixed in the silk, it was 7 feet long and could not be cut by swords. It could be used to defend, attack, control, bind enemies, be used as a belt, or be used as a hand to tie the silk. It could be said that this treasure was really not bad. Since it is so, I will accept it. She revealed a smile as she spoke. Good. Patriarchy happily nodded, personally sending them out. Even if the red sky silk was an ancient treasure, it was rarely revealed in front of people in their house. The people in their house could not use it, nor did they dare to use it. If one did not have a certain level of strength and influence, who would dare to reveal such a treasure in front of people? Sitting in the carriage, seeing him playing with the red silk called the red sky silk, Duan Yi could not help but curl her lips. This red silk is clearly a woman's plaything. I really don't know what good treasure it is. This red silk is indeed not suitable for everyone. Women are not picky, but not many men like this kind of thing. As she spoke, she raised her smiling eyes. However, I happen to like this kind of thing. 2 prescriptions and 1 bottle of medicine are enough to cure that person. His 2 legs are so swollen that it's scary. He frowned as he spoke. He hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he still didn't quite believe it. However, the He couple treated Fengjiu like a god. They believed whatever he said. It was really strange. Returning to the city lord's mansion, they saw the fatty sitting at the door waiting for the 2 of them. Seeing him, the 2 of them looked at each other. Duan Yi went up and asked, "Little fatty, why are you sitting here? Don't call me little fatty again. Call me Ning Lang." He glared at Duan Yi with dissatisfaction and emphasized again. He then looked at Fengjiu with a fawning expression and said with a smile, "Fengjiu, I have something to tell you. And let's talk inside." She nodded and walked inside. The 2 people behind her hurriedly followed. No one noticed that the position of host and guest seemed to have been reversed. Even Duan Yi did not realize that he had unknowingly followed Fengjiu instinctively. Chapter 965. After saying this, he quietly paid attention to Fengjiu's expression. Seeing that his expression did not change and was still calm, he could not help but secretly feel relieved. Thinking about it, it did not matter if he went or not. If he did not go, they could still find someone else. Well, it should be like this. After Duan Yi heard his words, she glanced at him. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she just looked at Fengjiu and did not say anything. It doesn't matter. The Hell Mountain Range is really dangerous. It is normal for you to not go. Fengjiu nodded, expressing his understanding. Ha ha ha. I knew you would understand me. He patted his chest and grinned. Actually, I am very busy. I really can't leave. I have a lot of business to manage in the city, and there are also a lot of accounts to settle. I can't do it without me. Well, I know. She smiled and said, "That's all for now. I'm going to get busy. I'll accompany you to the city in the afternoon," he said with a happy smile. He got up and waved at the 2 of them, then walked out as if there was oil under the soles of his feet. After he left, Duan Yi looked at Fengjiu and asked, "How are you going to take him away?" Then, she felt a little strange. Why does it have to be him? Fengjiu took out a jade card and shook it in front of him. Because of this, seeing the identity jade card of the 2-Star Academy's instructor, Duan Yi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Her baby face was full of surprise. She stared at him. You're also an instructor of the 2-Star Academy? Does this mean that you had a plan for me to come looking for you? What do you mean premeditated? I just had this plan. She shrugged her shoulders and said, "I will tell you directly. Because of a certain matter, I have become an instructor of the 2-Star Academy. However, I am not responsible for teaching the other students of the 2-Star Academy. I'm only responsible for you 4 troublesome thorns for a period of 1 year. Rest assured, after a year, I will take you back to the 2-Star Academy. And at that time, whether you stay in the academy or go home, I will not care about it. The people of the 2-Star Academy don't know that you're the ghost doctor, right? If they knew, he did not believe that they would let him come. Moreover, along the way, he felt that he was an unfathomable and dangerous person who said that the ghost doctor only knew about medicine and pills. When he killed people, he did not even blink an eye, okay? Fengjiu touched her chin and thought for a moment. And they should not know. After a while, she stood up and said, "Okay, you pack up. We'll leave when it gets dark. Otherwise, staying here for too long will cause too much trouble." Seeing him go out, Duan Yi called out, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to talk to the city's lord." She didn't even turn her head as she waved her hand. She walked to the front and found the steward. The steward led her to the city lord's courtyard. The city lord and madam were in the middle of a discussion when they heard the housekeeper's report. They couldn't help but be startled. They hurriedly got up and went out to welcome the guest. Seeing the red figure in the courtyard, the husband and wife looked at each other and walked forward. "Young Master Feng, do you have any orders for us?" Fengjiu smiled. "No, I have some things to discuss with the 2 of you." Chapter 966. "Go and call the young master here," the city lord ordered the steward. "Yes," the steward responded and quickly went to find Ning Lang. Not long after, Ning Lang came to the courtyard and saw his parents sitting at the table drinking tea. He came to sit beside them and asked, "Father, mother, why are you looking for me? You child, You only care about making money all day long. You don't even know how to take care of your body. Here, this is the soup I asked someone to stew for you." The city lord's wife gestured and pushed the stew on the table in front of him. "Mother is so nice." He smiled and squinted his small eyes. He opened it and drank it. When the city lord saw this, he coughed lightly. After he finished drinking, he said, "When you go out, be careful in everything. Listen to young Master Phone. If you encounter something you don't understand, ask. You can't be as willful as you are at home. Think twice before you do anything." Also, listening to his father's nagging, Ning Lang was a little confused. "Father, why are you telling me this? It's not like I'm going on a long trip." Why did these words sound so baffling? Remember what your father said. "Langer, you have to know that money isn't everything. Mother hopes that you can go out and gain experience. When you come back, you can change your greedy nature. Tell me, if your father hands over Ning City to you in the future with your greedy nature, how can you do it? Not only will you not be able to control the servants, but I'm afraid you won't be able to resist the temptation of money," the city lord's wife said in a deep tone. She looked at him with worry in her eyes. "Mother, just—" He paused and shook his head. "Strange, why do I feel dizzy?" He looked at his parents and saw that the two people in front of him had turned into four shadows. He shook his head and tried to see clearly, but he still couldn't see. His head sank and he fell down. Seeing this, the couple looked at each other and sighed softly. They put the things they prepared for him on him and ordered, "Ask a few people to carry the young master into the carriage." "Yes," the steward responded and called 2 guards in to carry the young master into the carriage that had been prepared outside. On the other side, Feng Jiao and Duan Yi also walked out, just in time to see them help the unconscious fatty onto the horse carriage. Seeing this, Duan Yi's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Feng Jiao. He really did what he said and really took her away. At this moment, he strongly suspected that if he didn't agree to go with him, would he also be knocked unconscious and sent to the carriage like this? Thinking about it, it was indeed possible. "Young Master Feng, everything is ready." As City Lord Ning spoke, he glanced at the carriage and sighed. He then bowed to Feng Jiao and said, "My good-for-nothing son, I'll have to trouble young Master Phone." "Rest assured, City Lord." She nodded slightly and got into the carriage with Duan Yi. The difference was that this carriage didn't have a driver. The driver could only be Duan Yi, who had changed out of his luxurious clothes. Because they quietly left through the back door, this inconspicuous carriage quietly left the city when the city gates closed. Even the other powers in the city didn't notice that they had left. After all, no one would have thought that he had just gone to the He Manor today and left in the evening. Moreover, he left through the back door. Chapter 9:67. The carriage traveled for an entire night. It wasn't until the next morning that Ning Lang woke up from the shaking of the carriage. The moment he woke up, he remembered what his parents had said and how he had fainted. Almost instinctively, he jumped up at the thought of this. However, because he was caught off guard, his head hit the carriage wall. Bang! Ouch! It hurts! At the same time, a loud crash rang out. It was accompanied by the sound of him sucking in a sharp breath and crying out in pain. He covered his forehead with one hand and stared at the red-robed teenager who had his arms crossed over his chest and was resting with his eyes closed. "Feng Jiao, I already said I'm not going. What right do you have to bring me out? You actually want to encourage my parents to drug me? You're too despicable." He pointed his chubby finger at Feng Jiao and cursed. Feng Jiao slowly opened his eyes. There was coldness in his indifferent eyes. Ning Lang. With just one glance, Ning Lang felt guilty. He couldn't help but put down the hand he was pointing at Feng Jiao. Even his eyes looked evasive. The anger in his belly turned into grievance. He curled his lips and sat down, turning his head away from Feng Jiao. "I already said I'm not going. Why did you still bring me out? You even used such a despicable method." He muttered softly, but he didn't dare to point at Feng Jiao and scold him again. Duan Yi, who was driving the carriage outside, heard the commotion in the carriage. His heart moved slightly. The more time he spent with Feng Jiao, the more he felt that he couldn't see through him. Sometimes he felt that he was quite easygoing, as if he could say anything. Sometimes he felt that he had a strange personality and wasn't easy to get along with. When his face turned cold, the aura on his body was strange and scary. Even he had obediently become a coachman under his orders, not to mention little fatty Ning. From the moment you stepped out of the house, you have to listen to me. Don't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson, she said coldly, then closed her eyes and didn't look at him anymore. Ning Lang opened his mouth a few times, but he didn't say anything. He looked at Fengjiu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and thought to himself, I'd better not fight with him. I'll find an opportunity to slip away. I don't believe that I can't go home. Thinking of this, he calmed down. He sat in the carriage and sized it up. Then, he lifted the curtain and saw that Duan Yi was wearing gray clothes. He couldn't help but laugh. Duan Yi, look at what you're wearing. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others for dressing like this? Duan Yi turned around and glanced at him with a straight face, then glanced at Fengjiu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said, Don't mention my identity as a prince. All right, I won't say any more. He patted his shoulder and looked outside, asking, Where are we going? My whole body is aching from sitting in the carriage. When can we go to the inn to rest? I'll call you when we arrive. He drove the carriage faster. Seeing this, Ning Lang didn't say anything else. He shrunk back into the carriage and stared at Fengjiu, his mind working quickly. About 2 hours later, they entered a town. When they arrived, Duan Yi found an inn and stopped the carriage. He jumped off the carriage and said to the two people in the carriage, We've arrived at the inn. Ning Lang was the first to jump out. His chubby body was quite agile. After getting off the carriage, he stretched and walked into the inn first. Boss, give me 3 of the best rooms. Chapter 968. When the people in the inn heard the voice, they all turned to look at the person who had just arrived. They saw that the person who walked in first was a chubby young man of 15 or 16 years old. He was dressed in an exquisite brocade robe. The golden light from his body made it hard for them to open their eyes. However, all of their gazes were fixed on him. At first glance, they could tell that he was a rich young master from a wealthy family. As they were thinking, they saw a young man in red walk in from behind. His red robe was dazzling like fire. His handsome face and outstanding temperament made people's eyes light up. They couldn't take their eyes off him. The young man exuded an aura of confidence between his brows. His quiet eyes had a sharpness. His every movement exuded a wanton and ostentatious aura. His elegance and demonic charm blended together. He seemed both righteous and evil. He was incomparably noble. Beside the young man in red was a young man dressed in a gray robe. He had a baby face and looked like a child of 12 or 13 years old. His baby face was also extremely exquisite and outstanding. Although he was dressed in plain and unremarkable clothes, it couldn't hide the noble aura of the young man. It could be assumed that he was also a person of high status. Seeing these 3 people, the people in the inn had different thoughts. What a strange 3 young men. 3 young men with 3 different attitudes. No matter which one it was, they couldn't be compared to the young masters of ordinary families. They really didn't know where these 3 people came from. Why did they look like they didn't have any servants or strong masters protecting them? When the innkeeper of the inn saw the 3 people come in, he naturally knew that these 3 people weren't ordinary young masters. Therefore, he went up enthusiastically and personally greeted them. Ha ha! 3 young masters, please go upstairs. There are rooms upstairs. Ning Lang slightly raised his chin and put his hands behind his back. He walked up the stairs with his feet splayed out. The young man had the attitude of a rich man. As he walked, he told the innkeeper, I want a quiet room with a good view. Add 2 more layers of mattresses on the bed. It doesn't matter if the room is a little expensive. The most important thing is that I live comfortably. Yes, yes. The shopkeeper responded with a smile on his face. After leading them to the guest rooms upstairs, he said, The 3 rooms here are not together. They happen to be independent and close to this side. There is a lake at the back, and the view is excellent. The 3 of you, please take a rest first. The shopkeeper said as he turned around and walked out. He instructed the waiter to lay out 2 more layers of mattresses in their room and serve them tea and snacks before leaving. Fengjiu, Duan Yi, we'll rest here tonight. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I'm here. Ning Lang will take care of everything along the way. He lifted his chin slightly and patted his chest. Feng Jiao and Duan Yi glanced at him before returning to their rooms to rest. After returning to his room, Feng Jiao called out Swallow Cloud from the space and patted its head. Secretly keep an eye on that little fatty. Roar. Tun Yin let out a low howl and went to guard the door. If Ning Lang wanted to leave, it would be able to sense it from here. After the three of them ordered food, they asked someone to prepare water for them to take a bath. Then, they returned to their rooms to rest. Duan Yi, in particular, had been rushing the carriage since last night and didn't have time to rest. Now that he lay on the bed, he fell asleep in no time. As for Feng Jiao, he sat cross-legged and cultivated. Swallow Cloud, who was lying by the door, paid attention to the movements outside. Chapter 969. He softened his footsteps and held his breath as he quietly walked downstairs. When he reached the bottom of the stairs and was about to leave, he was called. Young master, young master. The innkeeper called out with a smile, but his enthusiastic voice gave Ning Lang a fright. Ning Lang patted his chest and calmed his frightened heart. He turned around and glared at the innkeeper in a low voice. Why are you so loud? Why are you calling me? Ha! Young master, according to our inn's rules, you have to pay for the room for half a day in advance. You see, the innkeeper came to his side and said. Hearing this, Ning Lang frowned and said, half a day in advance? Are you afraid that we don't have enough money? No, it's because... Before the innkeeper could finish, he was interrupted. All right, you can just ask the person in red to pay for the room for half a day later. I still have something to do and need to go out. Don't waste my time. He waved his hand as he spoke, completely forgetting that he had told Feng Jiao and Duan Yi that he would pay for the entire journey. Or perhaps he didn't forget at all, but his stingy personality made him happy to earn money. If he wanted to spend money, he would have to think about it. When the shopkeeper heard his words, he was stunned for a moment. He was a little confused as he looked at the chubby young man walking out. He thought that the young man's whole body was shining with golden light. He was rich from head to toe. He was very rich, but who knew that he would not even pay half of the money for the room? He thought perhaps he didn't have any money on him. He shook off this thought as soon as it appeared. How could such a young man not have any money on him? At this moment, he saw a little beast follow him out. He couldn't help but be stunned. Whose little beast? When did it come in? However, before he could regain his senses, the man and the beast had already disappeared. Shaking his head, he was just about to return to the counter when he saw the red-robed young man come down. Smiling, he walked up to him and said, Young master, that young master just now said that you can pay for the room. According to the rules of the inn, when you check in, you have to pay for half a day's room first. What do you think? He rubbed his hands together and looked at the red-robed young man with a smile. Hearing this, Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows and curled his lips, revealing a devilish smile. He said he want me to pay for the room? Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. Feng Jiao's smile deepened. He took out 2 gold coins and tossed them to him. Is that enough? Enough. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles as he hurriedly nodded and smiled. Feng Jiao smiled and strode out. Relying on his contract with Devouring Cloud, he unhurriedly followed behind. At this moment, Ning Lang didn't know that he was being watched not long after he left the inn. It wasn't Devouring Cloud who was secretly following behind him, nor was it Feng Jiao. It was a few independent cultivators. It could be said that they were being watched from the moment they entered the inn. The red-robed young man was handsome and devilish. The baby-faced young man had an air of nobility. As for the chubby little fatty, he had an air of wealth. His glittering gold outfit seemed to be telling others that he was rich, very rich. In addition, he didn't have any bodyguards accompanying him to protect him. He was only 15 or 16 years old. Naturally, he became a target. Chapter 970. Could it be that Feng Jiao and Duan Yi discovered that I've snuck away? As soon as this thought appeared, his back stiffened. Even his limbs stiffened as he walked. However, after walking for a while, he still couldn't hear their voices. Something didn't seem right. If the 2 of them saw that he had snuck away, they would definitely stop him. Then it wasn't them? Who's there? What are you sneaking around for? Bang! He abruptly turned his head and shouted. Who would have thought that when he turned his head, it wasn't someone's voice that responded to him. Instead, it was a heavy blow that came down on his face. The speed of the blow was so fast that he didn't even have time to dodge. He didn't even see who attacked him before he fainted. In the corner, Tunyin was about to pounce out when Fengjiu stopped her. She carried Tunyin in her arms and retreated slightly. She watched as the cultivators looked around before they carried Ning Lang away. Seeing this, she curled her lips into a smile and quietly followed behind those people. This little fatty was shrewd, but unfortunately, he was inexperienced and wasn't vigilant enough. He was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. When he encountered a rogue cultivator with a higher cultivation than him, he was completely defenseless. Oh no, it should be said that he didn't even have the chance to fight back. He fainted immediately after being hit by the club. She followed them to a slum. This was a place where the poor, rogue cultivators with missing arms and legs, as well as some extremely vicious people lived. Groups of burly men squatted on the ground in the streets and alleys. Some of them held wine jugs in their hands as they drank, while others sat in a circle and gambled. When she walked in, dressed in red, these people's gazes fell on her. They followed her closely, sizing her up and probing her. The poor commoners only had a few elderly and children left. Young women couldn't stay in a place like this because it was too chaotic. As a result, it could be said that there wasn't a single woman in this place. Of course, there were only a few fat and ferocious-looking female cultivators. Due to the poverty of this area, the place appeared to be somewhat dirty and messy. Garbage could be seen everywhere on the streets and alleys. The dilapidated houses had a faint feeling of looseness, as if they would collapse with a strong push. It looked very dangerous. As she walked with Tunyin in her arms, her divine sense locked onto the few people who were carrying Ning Lang in front of her. Thus, she was not afraid that she would not be able to find them. Her pace was not fast, and she looked around from time to time. She frowned when she saw 2 4- or 5-year-old children playing with bare feet onto the wall. This world was just so unfair. Some people lived in luxurious palaces, while others didn't even have a place to stay. Some people ate delicacies, while others starved and became as thin as a match. You too come here. She stopped and waved her hand with a smile, indicating for the 2 children to come over. Although the 2 children were only 4 or 5 years old, they were still on guard. They looked at the cute little pet in Fengjiu's arms with envy and curiosity in their eyes, but they didn't dare to go over. Instead, they leaned against the wall and scratched the wall with their fingers. From time to time, they would sneak glances at Fengjiu. Seeing this, Fengjiu took out a box of desserts from his space and took out a piece. Look, I have desserts. Come over and I'll give it to you. Chapter 971. Seeing this, Fengjiu's lips curled into a smile. Don't play by that wall in the future, okay? The 2 children nodded as if they understood. They stared fixedly at the pastries in her hands and gulped. Here, this is for you. She saw that the 2 children's hands were very dirty, so she didn't hand them directly. Instead, she put the pastries back into the box and handed the box of pastries to the 2 children. Take it home and eat it. The 2 children seemed to be in disbelief. They stared blankly at the godlike person in front of them and couldn't help but ask in a small voice, Are you giving it to us? Yes, it's all for you. She placed the pastries in their hands and said, Go home. The 2 children smiled happily. After receiving the pastries, they quickly ran away without even thanking her, as if they were afraid that she would go back on her word. Fengjiu smiled, and only then did she lead Tunyin in search of those people. In a dilapidated mud house, a few strong men threw Ning Lang onto the ground. One of them panted and wiped his sweat. This kid is as heavy as a pig. I'm exhausted after carrying him for so long. Hurry up and take off all the valuable things from him, another person said. As the other person spoke, he had already started rummaging through Ning Lang's body. He took off his jade pendant, golden belt, and the rings on his fingers. The 3 of them then began to divide the items among themselves. This kid has quite a lot of things on him. Come, this is for you. This is mine. This is for you. Fengjiu peeked through the crack in the wall and watched the three of them divide the loot. Then he glanced at the unconscious Ning Lang and shook his head helplessly. This kid's clothes should be worth quite a lot of money if we sell them. Let's take off his clothes and sell him. We can still make a profit, one of them suggested. That's right. The material of these clothes is very valuable. After we take them off, give him a piece and quickly sell it. Another person nodded in agreement. As a result, the three of them really did take off all of his clothes. Then they found an old and smelly set of clothes and put on him. Since it's still early, let's put him in a sack and sell him. We'll take the small paths and alleys so that we won't attract any attention. As they spoke, the three of them found a sack and put Ning Lang in it. Then they carried him on their shoulders and were about to leave. However, when the door opened, they were startled. In front of the dilapidated door stood a man in red with a white pet in his arms. His handsome face, evil aura, and noble temperament formed a strong contrast with the dilapidated house. It was as if an immortal had fallen into the mortal world by mistake. No matter how one looked at it, he did not belong here, nor did he belong to this dilapidated slum. However, the three of them quickly regained their senses after being startled. The three of them glared at him with dark and ferocious faces and shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Actually, they recognized him. He was in the same group as the fat man. They had come in the same carriage. However, they did not expect the young man in red to find this place. How did he find his way here? They did not even know that he was following them. Chapter 972. Hearing this, they stared at him warily. One of them clenched his fists and suddenly stepped forward to throw a punch. "Since you're here, I'll take care of you too." However, the fist that contained hidden power was kicked away by Fengjiu before it could even touch her. His entire body flew backward and crashed into the things in the room before falling directly to the ground. Perhaps because he couldn't catch his breath, he actually lay flat on the ground with his eyes wide open. After a while, he finally got up. "Go!" With a fierce shout, Ning Lang, who was originally carried on his shoulder, was also thrown directly to the ground. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. The three of them surrounded Fengjiu together. Their attacks were swift and fierce, faintly containing killing intent. However, among the three of them, two of them were in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment stage, while the other was in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. They could deal with Ning Lang, but against Fengjiu, they were not just a little bit weaker. The three of them only saw a red shadow sweep past, and a powerful and fierce aura instantly filled the small earthen room. The aura of a golden core cultivator shocked the three of them, and their faces turned pale. The other party's speed was too fast, and they couldn't even resist. They instinctively wanted to escape, but the door in front of them was blocked by the red-clothed youth. One of them flew, intending to escape through the broken window at the back. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to flee through the window, a low growl sounded. Swallowing Cloud instantly pounced out and bit that person's calf, directly dragging him back. My leg. Fresh blood seeped out, and the aura of death enveloped them, causing their hearts to tremble. They looked at the red-clothed youth who was leaning against the door with his arms crossed over his chest in fear and shock. "We'll return the things to you. We'll return the people to you. Don't kill us, don't kill us." The three of them panicked and took out all the things they had on them and piled them on the ground. Things like gold belts, gold and jade rings, jade pendants, and the like were all piled up on the ground one by one, forming a small mountain of things. Compared to money, they wanted to live more. If they didn't even have their lives, it would be useless no matter how much money they had. "Not running anymore?" Fengjiu glanced at them. His lazy voice was cold. Don't run, don't run." The three of them hurriedly said, looking at the young man in front of them, their hearts trembling with fear. Tunyin let go of the man's leg and bared its sharp teeth as it let out a low, threatening growl. Only then did it return to Fengjiu's side. "Have you shaken off everything on your body? It's all clean. We've even taken out all the things we had before. There's really nothing left." The three of them hurriedly spoke as they flipped through their clothes for him to see, proving that they didn't dare to leave anything on their bodies that the fatty was afraid of. "Just now, You said you were going to sell him? Where in the city is there human trafficking? She raised her eyebrows and asked. When the three of them heard this, their hearts trembled. No, no, no. We don't dare to sell him. We don't dare to sell him. I'm asking you a question. Where are the buyers and sellers? What kind of people were buying and selling people? Speak clearly. Seeing that he wasn't going to blame them, the three of them gathered their courage and said, It's the underground market in the city. There's a slave market there. We originally wanted to sell him to make some money. Hearing this, Feng Jiu curled his lips and said with a smile, If that's the case, then do as you originally planned. The three of them were stunned and asked, What? What do you mean? Chapter 973. Seeing that the three of them were stunned on the spot, she said again, That's right. Sell him according to your original plan. After selling him, I'll give you the money. Anyway, hurry up and sell him. Hurry up and carry him away, in case he wakes up later. Seeing that she was not joking, the three of them could only hurriedly get up and carry the fat man in the sack. Just as they were about to carry him out, they heard the young man in red's voice again. Wait! Feng Jiu seemed to have thought of something. He walked forward and said, Put him down first. The three of them did not dare to ask, and hurriedly did as he said. They opened the sack, revealing the fat man in tattered clothes. Seeing the unconscious fat man, Feng Jiu curled his lips. With a flick of his finger, he used a silver needle to seal the spiritual aura in the fat man's body. Then, he said, All right, carry him away. Yes, yes. The three of them looked at each other and were secretly shocked. They hurriedly carried the fat man and limped out. Feng Jiu put everything on the ground into a chinkoan bag and put into the space. Then, he took Tunyin and followed behind the three of them. Didn't he want to slip away? She wanted to see how Ning Lang would react when he woke up and found out that he had been sold. The three brawny men knew that the red-robed young man was following them, so they didn't dare to delay. They directly carried the red-robed young man to the underground market and found the manager who was in charge of the transaction. We'll sell this person to you. Give us a price. The three of them wanted to leave, but when they thought of how they had emptied their family's savings, they resisted the urge to leave. They thought that they could at least earn some money back. Who are you? The manager glanced at them and kicked them. He looked at the three of them and asked, Is it a man? Men aren't worth much here. The three of them gulped and said, It's a young man. He's fair and chubby and is quite likable. Take a look at the goods first. As they spoke, they opened the sack and revealed Ning Lang's head. The in-charge went forward to take a look. The 15 or 16-year-old youth was indeed fair and chubby, with a face full of good fortune. He didn't have any aura of spiritual power on him, so he thought that he was probably a child from an ordinary family. Thus, he nodded. This fellow looks all right. How about this? I'll give you 200 silver coins. 200 silver coins. The three of them were stunned. Then they said, This fellow is so good, he's not worth 200 silver coins. We don't want much. Just add another 100 silver coins. Just enough for us 300 silver coins. Hearing this, the steward glanced at the three of them and waved his hand. All right, I'll give you 300 silver coins. Go over there and get the money. As he spoke, he waved his hand and called for a person to come over, and the three of them went over there to get the money. In his daze, Ning Lang seemed to have heard them discussing some goods that were worth 300 silver coins. When he heard that there was business, his dazed mind instantly sobered up. He immediately asked, What goods? Let me take a look. The manager who stood to the side. A little fatty like you dares to call yourself a young master? Stop daydreaming. As he spoke, he raised his voice and shouted, Two of you, wash this fellow and change his clothes. Then, lock him up with the other young men. Ning Lang was stunned. He jumped up. What are you talking about? Lock him up with what? As soon as he ran out of the sack, he was held down. Chapter 974. Ning Lang was dumbfounded. He was stunned and in disbelief. 300 silver coins? Who? Who sold me out? I'm only worth 300 silver coins? Are you kidding me? Come back. That skinny guy who's as thin as a monkey, come back. Come back and explain yourself. The steward, who had already walked a few meters away, heard the words coming from behind him. His face darkened. He turned around and walked forward with his hands behind his back. He stared at Ning Lang gloomily. "Fatty, who did you say looked like a monkey just now?" Ning Lang was also someone who knew how to read the situation. Seeing this skinny guy's gloomy face, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The other party was a cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He didn't dare to provoke him. He steadied his mind and said, "Let me go. I can give you money." The steward looked him up and down, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. "Give me money? You're only left with this fat and this shabby, smelly clothes. Where did you get the money?" He glared angrily. Just as he was about to speak, he finally realized that something was wrong. The spiritual power in his body seemed to have completely disappeared. He was like an ordinary person. His foundation establishment, realm cultivation, seemed to have completely disappeared. This made him a little flustered, and he swallowed the words he wanted to say. He was the young master of Ning City, and his net worth was unimaginable. However, if he told these people his identity, wouldn't he be in more danger? Just as he was thinking, the steward waved his hand. "Take him away and watch him carefully. There's an auction tonight. When the time comes, send them all up. This kid is white and fat. I believe there will be people who like him." Hearing this, Ning Lang's eyes widened. "What do you mean by that? I'm warning you, don't mess around. You'd better let me go quickly, or you'll regret it. Do you hear me? Let me go quickly." "Let you go? Dream on." The steward pinched his chubby face with a smile. "Fatty, it seems that you usually eat well. You've grown more fat than others. Old thing, how dare you take advantage of your grandfather? Is my face something you can pinch?" Ning Lang was enraged. Since his hands were held down, he lifted his leg and kicked. Fortunately, the steward dodged quickly. Otherwise, his crotch would have been kicked. The steward, who had dodged the punch, had a dark expression on his face. He clenched his fists and rubbed them against each other, making cracking sounds. The next moment, he swung his fist and punched Ning Lang hard in the stomach. With a bang, Ning Lang let out a muffled groan. His face turned red and his body shrunk slightly. It was as if he couldn't catch his breath and couldn't speak for a long time. "You still dare to be wild here? I think you need to be taught a lesson. Don't worry about him for now. Lock him up in the 9th cage to temper his spirit. I want to see how wild he can be in the 9th cage." He gave a heavy snort, flicked his sleeves, and left. The two burly men brought Ning Lang, who had curled up into a ball, to the cage marked with the word 9. They opened the iron cage, pushed him in, and locked it. "What are you doing? Let me out. Let me out. Bastard. Let me out." Chapter 975. In this iron cage that was only the size of a small room, there were 11 ferocious-looking strong men, either squatting or sitting. These people were bare-armed and only wore a pair of shorts. Their arms, waists, and abdomens were muscular, and the scars on their bodies were crisscrossed. Each of them looked like a bloodthirsty demon. At this moment, these people were staring at him with unkind eyes. Ning Lang, who was originally shouting and cursing, saw that the situation was not right. He could not help but shrink into a corner and look at them vigilantly. The big man, sitting in the middle, raised his chin and signaled. The strong men on both sides stood up, clenched their fists, cracked their necks, and approached step by step. What do you want to do?" Ning Lang retreated, but found that there was nowhere to go. "What do we want to do? Since you're here, of course, we have to teach you the rules." One of them snorted coldly. Two figures stepped forward and grabbed Ning Lang's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. They twisted Ning Lang's hands and pushed him forward. "Don't mess around. I have money. I can give you money," he said hurriedly. "Money? Ha ha, what a joke. What do we need money for?" The man laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, he clenched his fist and punched Ning Lang's abdomen. He leaned close to Ning Lang's ear and said, "Little fatty, let your grandfather teach you a lesson. In this place, money is useless to us. Do you understand? As long as you're strong, you'll be the boss even in this cage." Bang! As he spoke, another punch landed. He beat Ning Lang like a sandbag. One punch after another, one punch after another. The force was mixed with hidden force. Bang! 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 Ning Lang's painful cries and muffled groans rang out in the iron cage, and spread to the surroundings. However, this kind of thing was too common in this place. No one cared at all. They were just watching a good show. After all, they were not the ones being beaten. Ah, stop hitting me. His face was red, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Because he was being pulled into the iron cage, there were a few bruises on his face. The pain in his body made him curl up. The people here were either great spiritual masters, great martial masters, or foundation-building cultivators. He did not have spiritual power now. Even if he did, he could not beat so many people alone. In the past, no one dared to beat him up no matter where he was. Today, he was caught and sold here. He was even beaten up. He was angry and sullen in his heart. For the first time, he realized that he had left home and no one to protect him. He could not protect himself. Just as these people had said, there was no point in asking for money when they were locked up in such a place. For the first time in his life, his heart wavered. Of his teeth. In the dark, Fengjiu watched this scene quietly. She watched him curl up on the ground with his head in his hands like a small animal. She saw the anger and sullenness in his eyes. She saw the confusion in his eyes. She didn't step forward, nor did she stop them, because those people's beatings were only superficial wounds and wouldn't be fatal. She wanted to teach him a lesson, give him a warning, and let him understand why he was in such a situation. Chapter 976. She retracted her gaze and turned towards the manager of the underground market on the other side. She asked, "Are you in charge of this place?" The manager was drinking tea when he suddenly heard this voice. He raised his head to take a look and saw that the young man was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He then put down the teacup in his hand and asked with a smile, "I am in charge of all the goods here. Does young master want to buy a few servants? What do you want? I can get someone to introduce them to young master." Fengjiu looked at him and said, "Keep an eye on the little fatty that was just sent here. Don't kill or cripple him." Hearing this, the manager's smile disappeared. He looked at him from head to toe and asked, "Young master, what do you mean by this? Don't you understand? He is one of my people. I want to borrow your hands to teach him a lesson. But don't kill or cripple him. Do you understand now? Young master really knows how to joke. All the goods here are bought with money. Just now we bought a little fatty. But how can he be one of young master's people? Moreover, that little fatty is of great use to us. We bought him for 300 silver coins. If we sell him, it will be more than 300 silver coins." Fengjiu curled his lips. "You are not the one making the decisions here. Go, call out the person in charge." Hearing this, he was unhappy and his face darkened. "Where did this little brat come from? Don't you know where you are? How dare you come here and cause trouble? Men, throw him out. Get out." The four cultivators surrounded Fengjiu, and one of them stepped forward, wanting to grab Fengjiu's collar and drag him out. Unexpectedly, the young man lazily looked up, and his cold eyes were filled with pressure. The aura and pressure of an expert spread out in an instant, and the cultivator only felt a wave of killing intent. Cold fear surged from the soles of his feet to his heart. The strong impact and pressure made him tremble. At the same time, cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground with a bang. All of the people present were cultivators, and there were even 2 foundation establishment cultivators among them. Even the steward was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. When they saw the pressure released by the red-clothed youth, they were extremely shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. How could a 16 or 17-year-old young man have such a terrifying pressure and aura? What was the background of this young man? Who are you? The manager knew that the other party was not ordinary. He did not dare to fight force with force and could only ask in a trembling voice. A golden core cultivator was not frightening. However, a 16 or 17-year-old golden core cultivator was extremely frightening. What kind of talent did he have to be able to cultivate to the golden core stage at the age of 16 or 17? Fengjiu lazily glanced at him. His indifferent voice was cold. "You don't have the right to know." If he had heard this just now, the manager would definitely have scolded him. However, at this moment, seeing that he had made a foundation establishment cultivator fall to the ground without even lifting a finger, he did not dare to show any signs of neglect or dissatisfaction. This was how the world worked. If you displayed great strength, you would naturally receive the respect and courtesy of others. As for the weak, no one would take them seriously. Chapter 977. Young master, have some tea first. I'll go invite the chairman. As the steward spoke, he had someone bring him some tea before retreating. Feng Jiu tapped the table lightly with one hand, making a knocking sound. She looked around the hall and felt the presence of two auras. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Tun Yun lay by her feet without moving, as obedient and docile as a kitten. The servant brought the tea and retreated. There was no one else here, so it was rather quiet. She picked up the tea and took a sip, sitting quietly as she waited. Not long after, she saw a middle-aged man walk in under the steward's lead. "Young master, this is the chairman of our underground market," the steward said, then retreated to the side. The middle-aged man had been sizing up Feng Jiu from the moment he stepped into the hall. It could be said that he recognized who she was at first glance. While he was pleasantly surprised, he was also puzzled. Why had the ghost doctor come to their place? "I didn't know it was young Master Feng. My apologies, my apologies." He cupped his hands in greeting and looked at Feng Jiu with a face full of smiles. His gaze was fervent as he asked, "May I know why young Master Feng is here? If there's anything this Lin can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. This Lin will definitely not refuse." When a steward saw the chairman's fervent and fawning attitude and tone, he couldn't help but be shocked. His legs turned to jelly. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead as he stole glances at the red-clothed youth, trying to guess his identity. What young Master Feng? The chairman didn't even have such a good attitude and tone when meeting the family heads of some of the clans in the city. Why was he like this when facing this youth? Who was this person? Thinking about how he had almost offended him, he couldn't help but lower his head and quietly retreat. He didn't dare to appear in front of him again, in case he mentioned what had just happened. If that happened, he would be in trouble. She didn't find it strange that the president here recognized her. The black market had told her that her portrait had been circulated among the various forces and family heads. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize her, but those in charge would definitely have her portrait in their hands. Thinking about how these people kept her portrait, she sighed in her heart. She felt strange, as if she was a wanted criminal. "I was just passing by and happened to run into some trouble. I'll have to trouble President Lin." She spoke slowly while sizing up the person sitting in the main seat. When he heard this, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there really was a problem. After all, he knew that the relationship between the ghost doctor and the black market was not ordinary, and there was a branch of the black market in this city. He thought that even if there was a problem, he would go to the black market. He did not expect that there would be something that would require his help. For a moment, he was overjoyed and asked, "What is it?" "Young Master Feng, please speak your mind." "It's like this, I have a friend." She explained the situation simply, wanting to use this opportunity to give the fatty a warning and an unforgettable experience. Hearing her words, President Lin nodded and said with a smile, "This is a small matter. Young Master Feng, don't worry. I'll arrange it in a moment. Young Master Feng's friend is here, don't worry. I'll have people keep an eye on him. There won't be any big problems." Chapter 978. Young Master Feng is too polite. He stood up and returned the greeting, asking, "It's inconvenient for young Master Feng to stay in the inn now. Do you want me to arrange a place for young Master Feng to stay? We won't be staying here for long, so there's no need to trouble yourself." "All right then, I'll see young Master Feng out." As he spoke, he personally saw him out. Only after he left did he take a look at cage number 9. Seeing that the chubby young man was beaten black and blue, with a face full of grievance and anger, his eyes couldn't help but flash. If the ghost doctor didn't mention it, he wouldn't have been able to tell that this little fatty in shabby clothes was actually the son of Song Country's #1 rich man, Ning Yuan, Ning Lang. He had some friendship with Ning Yuan, but he had never seen his son before. He didn't expect it to be under such circumstances. Seeing the kid's face full of grief and anger, he smiled, shook his head, and walked away. It was time for him to suffer a little. "President." The steward walked up and looked at him fawningly. "Keep an eye on that little fatty. He's the son of an old friend of mine." Hearing this, the steward was shocked. Thinking that he had beaten up that little fatty earlier, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, asking, Then should I bring that little young master out? No need, just let him stay there. Don't let him know that there's any special treatment for him. Do what you should do. However, he can't have any major problems, otherwise, you won't be forgiven," he said in a low voice, his words carrying a hint of warning. Yes, yes, the steward hurriedly responded. After he left, he was so scared that he sat on the ground. Why was he so unlucky today? Shocks came one after another. His heart couldn't take it anymore. It was all those 3 people's fault. They actually caused him such trouble. On the other side, when Fengjiu returned to the inn, Duan Yu was already waiting on the first floor. Seeing that Fengjiu had returned, he asked, "Did little fatty really run away?" "He ran away." She nodded and smiled. She sat down at the table and poured herself a cup of water to drink. "You didn't catch up to him?" "That's impossible. With his skills, he couldn't catch up to Ning Lang. I caught up to him, but I didn't bring him back." "Why didn't you bring him back?" he asked in confusion. Fengjiu smirked. "Because he was sold and locked up in a cage." "What? Was he sold?" His voice was so loud that the surrounding people looked over in shock. Duan Yi ignored the others on the first floor. Instead, he looked at Fengjiu and asked, "How did he get sold?" In any case, he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, that brat was very smart. It's possible that he sold it to someone else. But how could he be sold by someone else? I followed him from behind and saw that he was targeted as soon as he left the inn. That brat also walked through a small alley and was knocked unconscious by 3 cultivators with wooden clubs and carried away. After that, he was sent to the underground market to be sold as goods. She said nonchalantly. When she thought of the miserable look on the little fatty's face after being beaten up, she couldn't help but smile. Someone had to teach him a lesson. Duan Yi was a little stunned when he heard that. He stared at him with a strange gaze. "What do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson?" Knowing that he was sold, he didn't save him and was still smiling here. What was he up to now? Chapter 979. Duan Yi slapped his hand away and glared at him. "Don't get physical with each other." "Ha ha." Fengjiu laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "That's why I said that you're tactful." Hearing this, Duan Ye's mouth twitched. He was tactful, or else he would have been tortured by him. All right, he didn't deny this point. Other than Little Fatty, the other 2 were not as easy to fool as Little Fatty. Just like that, they settled down in the inn with good food and good accommodation. As for Ning Lang, he was locked in a cage and starved for a day. Until the next morning, he was brought to the mountain behind the underground market to mine ores and move them around. The sun was shining on his head and his back was sweaty. The skin on his hands and feet were scraped and blistered. He was so hungry and tired that his whole body ached. The bruises on his face had not subsided and were stained with dust. He was in a very sorry state. "Woo, I quit. I don't have any strength. I can't move." He sat down on a rock and cried like a child. "Father, mother," sob. "Save me. The people outside are not good people. It's too dangerous outside. I've been sold." Sob. "Father, mother, want to go home." "Shio." A whip lashed out with a swoosh and landed on a rock beside him with a smack. A stern voice rang out. "What are you howling for? Get up and continue working." "Woo, I haven't eaten. My stomach, I can't move." Ning Lang sniffed and shrank his body. He looked at the fierce-looking man. He had been beaten up since yesterday and was a little scared. Who dared to beat him at home in the past? Sure enough, the people outside were not good people. The outside world was too dangerous. It was safer to hide at home. "Hungry? Come with me." The man glanced at him and turned to leave. Hearing this, Ning Lang quickly stood up and limped along with him until they came to a small shed. He saw the man scoop a bowl of food from a bucket and handed it over. "Eat. Hurry up and do your work after eating." Ning Lang reached out and took it. When he saw the bowl of porridge that couldn't be any thinner and had a strange taste, his face was full of shock. This is for pigs. How could this be eaten by humans? Can this fill our stomachs?" "You're still complaining?" The burly man snorted and looked at him contemptuously. "People like you who want to be capable, but don't have the ability, can only do some heavy work and eat the leftovers. What do you mean I'm not capable? I know how to do business. I know how to do accounts. I know how to make money. I'm still an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He wiped his tears and roared in dissatisfaction. Business? Settle accounts? Make money? An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Gee, he sneered and said, Brat, let your grandpa teach you. In this world, only the strong are respected. No matter how good you are at doing business, no matter how much money you earn with your meager early foundation establishment cultivation, can you protect yourself? As long as someone is stronger than you, they can take your life at any time and take your hard-earned money. Do you understand? Only strength is the most reliable.